我们马上开始。Good morning, everybody. We'll be starting very soon.我们马上开始，还有2分钟。Just 2 more minutes and we will start. 谢谢，谢谢。 欢迎大家，早上好. Good morning, everybody. A little louder, a little louder. Thank you. Your Excellencies, honorable guests from all over the world, AI innovators, and ecosystem partners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China, and the Xiamen Municipal Government, a warm welcome to all of you to AIM, Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacturing Conference 2025. Once again, in this beautiful city of Xiamen. Anybody who's been to Xiamen for the first time? Raise of hands. Quite a few. So we have reasons to come back to Xiamen. So the topic and the theme for today is from alliance to solutions. Adjacent to the BRICS conference, many of us were attending the BRICS conference yesterday as well. And we are here together to convert the global attention into concrete actions. It's not just words, but actual actions we'll be discussing today, which will actually feed directly into the UNIDO's General Conference and UNIDO's 25-26 Work Plan of Technical Cooperation. 72 plus countries already members, lots to benefit. Who am I? Why am I here? My name is Nishtha. I've been in China for about 20 years. So it's like my home. And I'm an executive facilitator and your moderator, your MC for today. And glad to partner with UNIDO. We also want to extend great big thank you to Huawei, been a great partner to UNIDO, and this conference has got a lot of support from them. Through the session today, Jinthinder Moody Shama, AIM, from Alliance to Solution. There'll be three things we want to achieve together with you. One, governance that builds trust. Second, skills that open doors. And third, solutions that can scale together with your support in China and all over the world. Now let's start and have the opening for today. So the opening for today is all about commitment. Commitment. Jayo. Commitment. So as we set the stage and the agenda for today, I'd like to give a warm welcome to our host, Mr. Zhou Ziyong, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director, TCS, UNIDO. Thank you so much, sir. A warm welcome to you for the opening remarks.
Your Excellency, Mr. Xing Guobin, Vice Minister of MIT of China, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you to the second edition of the AIM Global Conference, building from our first edition that has held last year in Vienna, Austria, at our HQ. On behalf of UNIDO, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our hosts, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China, the Xiamen Municipality Government, to our executive hosts, the Xiamen Municipality Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, the China Academy of Information and Communication Technology, the BRICS Innovation Base. And I would also like to thank all of you present today here, including partners, sponsors, for your commitment and strong support in making this event a valuable opportunity for collaboration and exchange. Today is an exciting time in history. Artificial intelligence is not just a distant promise. It is changing industries, economies, and societies. From intelligent manufacturing to digital public services AI is changing how we live, work, and innovate and connect. The opportunities are vast, but so are the risks, from widening digital divide to growing skills shortages. That is why today I would like to highlight 3 global priorities for your deliberations. First, unlocking the potential of AI. Second, bridging the AI divide. Third, and fostering international cooperation for sustainable industrialization through the power of AI. Firstly, AI has enormous potential to be unlocked. It can boost productivity and speed up industrial development. It can positively affect sustainable development goals, targets, ranging from smart healthcare to sustainable agriculture. This is why we at UNIDO focus on translating AI's potential into real benefits for industry and society. Today, we will showcase lighthouse solutions that are scalable, replicable, and ready to be deployed. We will also launch our new AIM community platform designed to connect innovators and expand inclusive AI applications across regions. Secondly, we need to bridge the AI divide. About 2.6 billion people are still offline, and 235 million fewer women than men use mobile internet in developing countries. Without urgent action, 85 million jobs could remain unfilled by 2030 due to gaps in digital skills. At UNIDO, we believe that AI must serve the people. As co-chairs of Objective 2 of the United Nations Secretary-General's Global Digital Compact on building an inclusive digital economy, we are working to ensure that developing countries and the marginalized groups are not excluded in the digital age. That is why today we are proud to launch the global core of Centers of Excellence focused on intelligent manufacturing and robotics. These hubs will provide AI tools to small and medium-sized enterprises, train women and youth for smarter manufacturing jobs, and help create stronger local ecosystems, leaving no one behind. Finally, we need collective action to ensure AI leaves no one behind. No single organization or country can navigate this change alone. We must work together to ensure that technological progress benefits communities, respect the environment, and promotes shared prosperity. This is precisely the mission of AIM Global. Phase 2 of the Alliance directly supports this vision by turning global digital cooperation into real industrial innovation. AIM Global is evolving from a visionary alliance into an active platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and action. Our vision is to make AI a positive force for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We invite you to make use of this interactive platform, whether you aim to adopt AI in your manufacturing processes, collaborate on AI-driven innovations, or shape responsible AI policies. This platform is your gateway to global engagement and meaningful impact through the power of AI. Now more than ever, your collaborative efforts are showing the power of multilateralism and the importance of regional and global collaboration in shaping the future of industry. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the insights and outcomes from today will directly shape the AIM Global work and be presented at UNIDO's General Conference in November this year and beyond. Together with you, we are moving from alliance to solutions, from vision to implementation, ensuring that the future of industry is intelligent, inclusive, and sustainable. I'm looking forward to the exciting program ahead, as well as to your proposed solutions for sustainable industrialization through the power of AI, new commitments to clear actions that will define the next steps for our collective journey, and new partnerships fostered today and beyond for ensuring that AI remains a driver of industrial transformation. Thank you. I wish we have a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your speech was very interesting. This is not an ordinary conference. Everybody is lucky, all of us are lucky to be here because this room is actually a partnership zone. Through the day, you will forge many new partnerships. So hold on to your seats today. So moving forward, we'd like to give a warm welcome to His Excellency Shin Go-bin. Thank you, sir. Vice Minister, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, People's Republic of China. Thank you so much, sir.
尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。刚才周次勇总干事做了一个非常精彩的报告，思想深邃，对未来发展有很强的指导性。但是我还是要赞美一下我们美丽的主持人汤姆小姐，活力四射，短短的几句开场白，把这个会场的氛围烘托得那么热烈。好，言归正传。金秋的厦门，山海相拥成画，数字智能为其增添了蓬勃生机。很高兴参加联合国工业发展组织全球工业与制造业人工智能联盟成员大会。我谨代表工业和信息化部对大会的召开表示热烈祝贺，向长期以来关心和支持中国工业和信息化事业发展的海内外朋友致以诚挚的感谢。习近平主席强调，人工智能技术加速迭代演进，深刻改变人类生产生活方式，重塑全球产业格局。中国愿同世界各国广泛开展人工智能领域的国际合作，让智能成果更好惠及各国人民。工业和信息化部贯彻落实党中央、国务院决策部署，以推进新型工业化为契机，持续推动人工智能产业创新发展。一是基础日益坚实，智能芯片、算法框架等关键核心技术加速突破，开源大模型引领全球创新生态，人工智能核心企业数量超过5000家。二是赋能更加深入， AI 手机、AI 电脑、智能网联汽车等智能终端加速普及，人工智能在装备制造、原材料、电子信息等重点行业有效应用，建成231家卓越级智能工厂和11个国家人工智能创新应用先导区。三是生态加快完善，工信部联合3部门印发了《国家人工智能产业综合标准化体系建设指南》，累计研制人工智能核心技术标准200余项，成立了600亿规模的国家人工智能产业投资基金。四是合作持续扩展，设立中国金砖国家人工智能发展与合作中心，发布国际人工智能开源合作倡议，与联合国工发组织共同成立了全球工业与制造业人工智能联盟卓越中心。女士们、先生们、朋友们，我们始终秉持共商共建共享理念，支持联合国发挥人工智能治理的 主渠道作用，推动人工智能普惠赋能全球工业发展。借这个机会我也提3点建议：一是共促技术创新，激发未来科技潜能，加速大模型、智能芯片等关键技术迭代，积极探索脑机接口、类脑智能等颠覆性创新路径，推动人工智能与材料、生物等前沿领域融合发展。二是共享发展红利，加速产业应用落地，共同推动全球人工智能加制造业升级，鼓励产学研用各界加强交流合作，打造安全可靠、有韧性的产业链供应链，加速成果转化应用，共享人工智能发展红利。三是共商规则治理，推动向善普惠发展，践行全球人工智能治理倡议，联合研制人工智能治理技术工具、标准规则，引导行业自律，发展负责任的人工智能，推动构建包容、协同、可持续的人工智能治理框架。各位专家、各位来宾，推动人工智能技术在工业领域的深度规模化应用，是将数字智力转化为现实生产力的重要举措，是推动人类文明再一次跃升的关键一步。我们希望与联合国公发组织一道，发挥好全球工业与制造业人工智能联盟作用，以本次大会为契机，搭建交流合作平台，凝聚各方共识，践行全人类共同价值，携手共创美好智能新时代。预祝本次大会取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
谢谢你. Thank you so much. It's so true. The platform which is introduced, which you'll be hearing in the afternoon from UNIDO, the AIMS platform, it's all about driving that international cooperation and ensuring that AI can be used for advancing. On that note, we'd like to welcome Mr. Thomas Lamanuskis, Deputy Secretary General ITO, through a video message. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence is at the heart of Industry 4.0, as well as emerging Industry 5.0, with data-driven manufacturing and logistics hinging on ubiquitous digital connectivity, integrating enhanced human-machine collaboration, and driving sustainable, resilient, and value-driven production. At the kind invitation of UNIDO, I'm honored to address at IEM Global Conference, organized in cooperation with China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Xiamen Municipality, and other innovation-oriented partners. It is my privilege to share the perspective of ITU, the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, on AI for an inclusive digital economy and intelligent manufacturing. The ongoing industrial transformation integrates AI, big data, the Internet of Things, robotics, and cyber-physical systems into formerly labor-intensive and bureaucratized processes. It's about creating smart factories and value chains, where highly connected devices, machines, and systems optimize production in real time, and where we can increasingly move from one-size-fits-all bulk production to personalized, just-in-time products that meet the needs of individual consumers. However, developing economies often lack robust digital infrastructure, such as broadband and IoT networks, keeping AI and new industrial solutions out of reach for small and medium enterprises or SMEs, and indeed entire industries. The lack of unified standards slows AI adoption and increases process integration costs. Building widespread AI skills is essential to ensure that everyone, from large firms to SMEs and workers across all sectors, can benefit. Yet, surveys by the World Bank and OECD, as well as the World Economic Forum, show less than half of SMEs integrating transformative digital technologies. Access to finance, knowledge, and technology transfer remains a persistent challenge, because for much of the world, digital connectivity is still fundamentally lacking. Our new Connecting Humanity report, published on 1st September with Saudi Arabia's Communications, Space and Technology Commission, finds that connecting everyone meaningfully by 2030 will cost between 2.6 and 2.8 trillion US dollars. Our Digital Infrastructure Investment Catalyzer with UN Trade and Development, or UNCTAD, in collaboration with multilateral development banks, is bringing together UN agencies, MDBs, DFIs, investors, the private sector, and other key digital infrastructure investment stakeholders to serve as a platform for information sharing and collaboration. Colleagues, we're working with standards bodies worldwide to shape practical AI frameworks for AI adoption. At our AI for Good Summit in July, we'll launch the AI Standards Exchange database with our world standards cooperation partners, IC and ISO, and other technical organizations. Standards rooted in collaboration reduce technical barriers, enable global interoperability, and support trusted networks and services globally. Yet, aligning AI standards across global supply chains remains complex. ITU's toolkit on digital transformation for people-oriented cities and communities includes a model on 4IR and smart manufacturing as one way to support this. We've got to keep industrial transformation people-oriented, driving new jobs, skills, and livelihoods. More than ever, technical and not technical workers, along with their companies, need lifelong training and reskilling to adapt to the new industrial landscape. Our AI Skills Coalition, with 60 partners worldwide, is equipping underserved regions with AI skills, focusing particularly on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. ITU's Innovate for Impact initiative, funded by China's MIT, showcases valuable AI solutions for manufacturing, such as predictive maintenance, process optimization, supply chain management, and robots to work the assembly line. The initiative also serves as a source of inspiration and practical ideas for enterprises worldwide, helping them harness AI to drive efficiency and innovation. Industrial settings also require enhanced frameworks for trust, transparency, and cybersecurity in the age of AI. Technical safeguards must address concerns about workforce impacts, data privacy, and AI ethics and safety. Next year's AI for Good Summit will feature the first global dialogue on AI governance, as announced by the UN Secretary General 2 weeks ago, following the key UN General Assembly resolution adopted on 26 August, that also establishes the Independent International Scientific Panel on AI. ITU and UNIDO, with our June 2024 joint declaration, have pledged to intensify our cooperation on AI and industry. Because advancing smart industry, digital skills, and transformation policies support Sustainable Development Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and offer a shining example of harnessing AI for the good of humanity. We have produced AI adoption toolkits for SMEs and work together on solutions for manufacturing as part of ITU's AI for Good platform. UNIDO and ITU have also partnered on the AM Green Index, benchmarking global progress on the intertwined digital and green transitions for industry. This is also a key theme for Green Digital Action, our initiative bringing together partners across the global tech landscape in the run-up to the next UN Climate Conference, COP30. Because AI can help other sectors cut their greenhouse gas emissions up to 10% by 2030, a McKinsey study says. But the digital sector must also take responsibility for its own climate and environmental impact. Green Digital Action includes a highly active subgroup on green computing, determining how to measure AI's impact. Beyond COP30, we are mobilizing commitments to ensure digitalization and AI help pave a viable way to meet net zero commitments. Friends, we can't let AI and innovations driving Industry 4.0 and 5.0 worsen the climate crisis, widen the world's divides, or actually make the world in general less inclusive or equitable. Instead, we can steer AI to deliver a sustainable future. Together, let's make sure AI drives the next generation of industry and manufacturing as a source of prosperity for everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Very interesting. Anybody remembers a key word? There was a theme emerging from the last three talks. I took away the word axis. A-C-C-E-S-S, axis. AIM, the platform which you'll hear more through the afternoon, is facilitating that access to resources from no matter a city, a town, a village from Shenzhen to a town in Africa, from Argentina to Indonesia. So moving forward, we'd like to welcome Mr. Tobon Frederiksen, Head E-Commerce and Digital Economy Branch at UNCTAD. A warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And let's hear more.
Ni hao, good morning. Deputy Director General Zhu Zhejiang, nice to see you again. Deputy Minister of Industry and Information Technology, Mr. Qin Guobin. Distinguished colleagues, experts, participants, and friends. Let me start by bidding warm greetings from the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, who is not able to be here today. But just to say that she wishes all the best for this important conference on AI and development. 1 year ago, you will recall that the member states of the United Nations reached an agreement on a pact for the future, which included, among other things, a global digital compact to raise awareness of the issues that we need to address to make sure that we achieve the digital world that we want. Among other things, this Global Digital Compact has 5 objectives, and the second objective of this compact is about developing an inclusive digital economy. And we're very proud to be partnering with UNIDO and co-facilitate all the commitments that member states agreed upon in this Global Digital Compact with regard to an inclusive digital economy. The question of inclusive and sustainable digital economies is at the heart of what we do at the UN Trade and Development when it comes to e-commerce and the digital economy. Because despite amazing progress over the past 20 years in all things digital, most recently with the fast evolution of artificial intelligence, there is a lot of unfinished business that we need to address. We don't have an inclusive digital economy today. In many parts of the world, artificial intelligence is only starting to be visible, and there are so many other things that we need to address related to digital infrastructure, related to digital skills, digital literacy, legal and regulatory frameworks that can foster trust online and that can enable outcomes that are in the interest for everyone, not only for a few. And more importantly, an ecosystem that enables the creation and capture of value in the digital economy around the world. At present, the digital economy is not inclusive in many regards. And this can be seen both when we compare situation between countries and also within countries. We know that there are differences between men and women in many parts of the world when it comes to the use and uptake of digital technologies. There are differences between the young and old. And there are differences between countries of different educational level and income levels. And we want to address this to make sure that we arrive at a more inclusive world. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate UNIDO for launching the Global Call for Solutions in this area. They've already mobilized many innovative ideas and practical solutions from across the world, and I think it provides a concrete way of advancing the objectives of the Global Digital Compact. The organization of this conference here in Xiamen can be seen as a very important step in this direction, and linking it to the BRICS work, I think is very pertinent. Sharing experiences and learning from best practices represent valuable ways of supporting more inclusivity. And I would say that China, in particular, has a lot to offer in this area, and the whole world has a lot to learn from the very rapid and comprehensive and inclusive rise of digitalization in this country. Digitalization is progressing at an extremely high pace of change and has been stressed already offers both opportunities but also tremendous challenges. It's very hard for policymakers around the world to keep up with these changes. It's also hard for business executives to know exactly what strategies to adopt to keep up with the rapid change that we are experiencing. I think the UN here offers many kinds of support and assistance to member states. And by working together, by connecting the dots of what all the different UN bodies and agencies are doing, we can deliver better results. For example, we can see many synergies when working with UNIDO in how UNCTAD's work and UNIDO's work complement each other. And that's exactly how the UN should work. Beyond working together in the Global Digital Compact, UNIDO is also a valued member of what we call E-Trade for All, an organization led by UNCTAD that has 35 member organizations, including ITU, as we just listened to. In closing, let me express my deep appreciation to the government of the People's Republic of China and to the Fujian province for hosting this important event. My thanks also go to the Beijing Institute for Technology as a very valuable and a much treasured partner in everything we do now, and I think we'll grow even more close collaborations in the future. I look forward to this successful conference and look forward to many fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful culmination of the opening. And as we move forward from commitment to action, from alliance to action, on that note, we are going to move into launches. What are we launching? This is moving the agenda forward into access, the word I used earlier, access to resources. So, introducing the phase 2 initiatives of actions, and the first one, I'd like to give a warm welcome to China BRICS AI Development and Cooperation Center and BRICS AI Innovation Platform launches construction. Mr. Wei Liang, Deputy Director, China BRICS AI Development and Cooperation Center, welcome, sir. And Mr. Shangong Feng, Deputy Director, Xiamen Municipal Bureau of Industry, Information and Technology. A warm welcome to both of you, please. This is an amazing resource platform which is being launched today for your access. Also great partners to UNIDO AIM. Thank you, sir. Artificial Intelligence Innovation Platform. A round of applause once again. Thank you so much. Moving forward, we have the UNIDO Xiamen University Exchange of Letters Signing Ceremony. Professor Dr. Yancheng Yu, Vice President of Xiamen University. Thank you so much. A warm welcome. And Mr. Soyong, sir, thank you so much. Forward, we we have the UNIDO Beijing Institute of Technology, the BIT, exchange of letters signing ceremony. Mr. Wang Wensong, Vice President, the Beijing Institute of Technology. Thank you so much. Academia is the heart of partnership, so thank you so much. Now, the fourth ceremony, which is also very, very important, we have the AIM Green Index presentation by Professor Lu Hao of the Beijing Institute of Technology. A warm welcome.
Good morning. So my dear colleagues, Your Excellency, Mr. Zhou Zhirong, and dear colleagues, dear friends, today we are not only coming for the alliance solutions, we are also looking for the actions. So this one is calling for your action so that we will be very happy to have you join the AIM Green Index practice. So this one we have launched in the first AIM Global Forum in Vienna. This year, we are calling for your engagement. So look, on this slide, you will see that AI is not developing. It's developing so fast. It's consuming a lot of energy. This will be a very important environment concern. So we need to handle this situation. But when we talk about AI governance, whether we put enough emphasis on the AI green governance, not yet. So look, we have the regulation in different regions of the world. Unfortunately, yes, we're here in China, United States, we are developing fast, but for the AI green performance or the sustainable performance, we are not putting in the regulation yet. EU is probably only region have the regulation. So we need to take actions, but the first is to define what is green AI. So the green AI is a sustainable practice which will not only minimize the environment impact of AI, it will also improve. This is one that we want to emphasize, organizational and social well-being. So we are trying to use this index to build a green AI ecosystem, not only AI itself. That is why the name of AIM Global, it is not only AI Green Index, AIM, which means AI in manufacturing and industry. So with this, we hope we can accomplish the following goals. So, but be careful. We are not providing binding rules. We are encouraging you to come and join us as guidance, as a standard, so that we will make AI not only innovative, it will also be sustainable. So this is a green index, which is a product jointly released by UNIDO and the BIT team. You wanted to know more about these 5 pillars and the 18 index, you need to join us so that we will share details about these 5 dimensions and 18 key indicators. We have a big team working on the scientific part of this index system. So at the end, you will gather rows of charters to make it visible. So you know your performance, you know your ranking, but this is not only what we're looking for. We hope that we'll help you to know your performance, to you which part you have good performance or which part you need to improve. It will be based on this index. We are providing your consultation to improve your green performance of AI and its implementation in the manufacturing and industry. I think this page covers all of our colleagues, all of our audience in this room. All of you could join us and work together. We have 4 slides to show the values of this index system. I will not read all of them because I will share the slides with you later. So we are working together with UNIDO, and today we also have UNCTAD, so that we consider that the AI Green Index this small action will supporting the following goals. So sustainable, inclusive, and also to make the world to be more innovative. So now we are working on the following work. The first one is that after launching of AIM Green Index, we are calling for action, calling for your engagement. Jason and I had a conversation last night. We will have an official call for engagement. So we are waiting for your action. We are waiting for you to be in this AIM Green Index. So my dear colleagues, let's work together to make the AI Green Index for the AI innovation and digital transformation to make it sustainable and inclusive. And I'm confident this will serve the second objective of GDC. So for those colleagues who want to get connected with me and my team, you have all of my contact details on the screen. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for you on the AIM Green Index actions.
That was a very energetic talk. Thank you so much. So let's give a round of applause for the morning session, everybody. Thank you so much. We are guessing that everybody in the audience is here for a reason. For learning, for partnering, and perhaps wanting to know more about the AIM platform and how you could actually harness that. On that note, I'd like to give a warm welcome to sorry. Pardon me for that. I reached the summary of the session. Although I know and I worked so closely with Jason, but I don't want to make any mistakes, so pardon me for that. Mr. Jason Slater, warm welcome, Chief AI Innovation and Digital Officer, UNIDO. And we'll be hearing more about the AIM platform. Thank you so much, Jason. Sorry for that.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, external esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor for me to be here today. It is my first time in this wonderful city, but I can assure you it will not be my last. I think today we stand on a pivotal event for the Global Alliance on Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacturing. As you can see, my name was Jason Slater. I am the Chief of AI Innovation and Digital Economy at UNIDO. And I don't want to repeat too much what my colleagues have said before and esteemed guests, but it's clear that we stand on a moment where we need to change our approach to the introduction of artificial intelligence, particularly in the theme of industrial development. Around 2 years ago, we launched the AIM Global Alliance. We at UNIDO realized with our partners that today's challenges could not be faced alone, not by a single country, and we deeply believe in the power of international cooperation. Every single one of you in the room is testament for that. Partnerships is the only way that we can strive and move forward. We have around 200 members, around 40 countries, but it's not enough. We need more. We need much, much more. And we are here to help you function as a global platform for knowledge transfer, policy guidance, partnership, and frankly, scaling solutions to help those that need it the most. However, as my colleague and Vice Chair from UNCTAD, Torben, mentioned, there are challenges. We have the Global Digital Compact, the Pact for Future, that was endorsed last year. And we know that we have challenges. We have a digital divide of 2.6 billion. We need to make sure that does not widen, that we need to act and have solutions. We also know that we have a gender divide. Thomas also mentioned this from ITU, and there are 264 million women alone in Africa that do not have access to such technology. There is a skills gap, potentially by 2030, 85 million. That's the size of Germany alone. So we know that we need to provide people with the right tools. Our collaborations today with the universities that were just signed is testament how we need to look to work with the new generation to make this happen and to close the gap. The SDGs are falling behind. Only 17% are estimated out of the 169 goals to be on track. However, AI can help us put our foot on the gas and accelerate. we could potentially impact around 130 targets by implementing AI within the SDGs. And that is why we are proud to be able to co-chair with UNCTAD on the digital economy to ensure that we try and work together and build partnerships to close all of that. But just very briefly, as we're moving into this next phase of AIM Global from an alliance to solutions, we need to recognize that with the support of our members and all of our partners, that we also need to prevent thought leadership. We serve to you as somebody as a trusted guide on the responsible application of AI and digital technologies. We need to make sure there are guardrails in place. There is a safe place that people can come to make sure that they can experiment with AI and digitalization, particularly in those countries that need it the most. As again, the underlining theme is convening partnerships. That's why we're all here today. We want to help each other as friends and as colleagues. We want to lead high impact alliances that connect public and private sector, and AIM Global from now on is our flagship initiative that will support that. But last but not least, we need to make sure that we have an impact for our member states. We have 172 member states, and the way that we, UNIDO, with the help and support of our funding partners, particularly MIT, China. We're opening a Center of Excellence in Ethiopia, which is about bringing technology adoption, closing the digital skills gap, and making sure people get access. This is testament that we still need to do things concretely on the ground. So, how will it work? How will the phase 2 work? How will we move from an alliance, a pledge, to actively working together on solutions? The Secretariat will remain with ourselves. Myself is with the support of my Deputy Director General. We'll have this at the UNIDO HQ. We're launching today an AIM community platform. What does that mean? Every single one of us in this room can sign up, from UN agencies, from public sector, from private sector, from students, from innovators. Show us your solutions. Use this as a platform to connect. We also recognize that we need advice. We in UNIDO cannot know the way that we should best adopt AI, innovation, and digital. So we will be using today as an opportunity to call for a new advisory board for people to come forward and to provide us with that guidance. In addition to this, we recognize that we need to come together and have very specific working groups in the theme of smart manufacturing, digital economy, and open source technology. We have 3 themes that we will prioritize: AI for industry and manufacturing, AI solutions, intelligent manufacturing and robotics, digital economy in collaboration with the Global Digital Compact. But notwithstanding, we also need to recognize there's a regional dimension and people have specific needs. So we already have launched ASMA. We're working, actually in 2 weeks from now, we will have the Next Gen Manufacturing Conference in Morocco, where we'll be looking at how can we bring to Africa smart manufacturing. Only in July here on the World AI Conference, we had the AIM Global COE that was launched. In addition, we're opening hubs in Eastern Europe and in the next 2026 going forward in Latin America on digital economy and with our counterparts in the Arab states, intelligent manufacturing robotics, to make sure that we deliver the solutions that those regions need as a priority. So, today we announced the launch of our AIM Global platform. You see the QR. I encourage every single one of you to scan, to join, to register. Please become a member. You can collaborate from business to business, from business to government, from innovator to innovator. It'll enable you to promote your solutions. It'll enable you to scale. If you're an innovator, somebody may pick up your solution and help you take it further. This will enable you to join our working groups, get access to support and peer learning opportunities so that we can all contribute to the global movement for responsible industrial AI. As mentioned by my colleague Torben earlier, one of the things that we wanted to demonstrate is results under the Global Digital Compact, and this is mainly to form as inspiration under the community platform. In July, on the sidelines of AI for Good and WSIS, we launched a call for solutions on the digital economy. In less than 4 weeks, we received 700 solutions. nearly 40% of those solutions came from Africa. Next week, on the sidelines of the General Assembly, we'll announce the winners. But I just want you to see that this is testament of how we will support you through the platform so that we can help you in terms of innovation skills, empowering SMEs and startups, enabling policies and a regulatory framework, and ensuring that we accelerate innovation, AI, and digital technology to better ensure we have knowledge sharing and a stable and resilient digital supply chains. As mentioned, the winnings will be announced next Monday on the sidelines of the Digital Cooperation Days in New York. So briefly, as I mentioned, today is our call for you to come and join us on the high-level advisory board. Please, we need your guidance. We need you to champion those solutions. We need you to guide us. Guide not only us as an organization, but our member states. And support us. We need also resources. Our colleagues here from Huawei were the ones that sparked this initiative 2 years ago and provide us with some financial support, but we will need more going forward. So we will be launching an AIM Global Trust Fund. Those of you who can help us, not only financially, but with solutions and your assistance, please come forward so that we can mobilize more partners and the resources to ensure that this is financially stable and has the right governance in place. So to conclude, next slide. As you will notice, and just to reiterate, we had a global call for AIM Global COEs launched on the World AI Conference. We're already working with Shanghai and MIT and SARI to make sure that happens. We're similarly looking at other initiatives with other member states. This is a great opportunity for you to advance intelligent manufacturing industry 4.0. Your businesses, your companies can use this as an opportunity to showcase the solutions that our member states need the most to ensure that we close the digital divide. It is open to governments, institutions, research bodies, public-private sector partnerships with a very strong vision for AI-powered industrial development. So, please join us. Please join the AIM Global movement. This is going from an alliance to solutions where we all come together. All of you have a voice. So this is the moment where AIM Global proves its value not only in the words but on the ground in industries and in communities worldwide. So I invite you to join the movement, shape the digital future, and I would like to quote my Deputy Director General, that AI is a driver, not a divider for industrial development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jason. Please hold on to the stage. Please hold on because we need to have you here. And we'd like to also welcome a special guest from Huawei, Mr. Bo Meng, Director, Corporate Communications, Huawei. Thank you so much. So with Jason, yes, and also Mr. Soyun, please join us on the stage. And I'll be calling out the names one by one. We will like to felicitate the new AIM members right now. So round of applause for Quantai. A warm welcome to Quantai. Thank you so much. Please join. And please stay on the stage. We'll take a group picture later. Second, we have uCloud. A warm welcome to uCloud. uCloud. Next, we have SAP China. A warm welcome to SAP China. Thank you. Then we have our warm welcome to Conch. A warm welcome to Conch, please. Yes, thank you so much. And we'd like to also invite and warm welcome to Ernst & Young, EY, friends from EY. Thank you so much. Please stay on the stage for a group picture. And now we have the Hunan University of Technology and Business. A warm welcome to you. Thank you so much. Please join. Thank you. You can join together in the picture. From the Hunan University. I think the Hunan University. You also. Anyone eat here? Let's have a group picture, all of you. The welcome ceremony for all new AIM group members. We just have one more. Give us a second. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much, Mr. Zo Seyoung, for your support. Welcome to all global members of AIM. If you would like to join, please get in touch with anybody from UNIDO team today and scan the QR code later. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. We can go offline. So as we continue the session now, no matter you have a challenge in hand, a solution, or you are an expert mentor. Even for me, I was very surprised when I was talking to Jason and the team last night that anybody and everybody with a special skill can become part of the AIM platform and contribute and collaborate. On that note, after the short break, we'll be continuing on you having to see real solutions on the stage. So we'll take a short 15 minutes break right now, and we'll get back for a fireside chat. So now it's about 10:30. At 10:45, we will restart the second part of the session. Thank you so much. Thank you. 10:45. are starting in 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. If you would like to use the opportunity to introduce somebody on your left or on your right. If you want to meet and introduce to somebody you don't know, that's your chance. And if you have friends outside the room, you would like to invite them. 还有2分钟，我们开始。谢谢。Let's have some music. Welcome back, everybody. You can continue having your coffee or tea on your tables. And if you would like to move in the front, that's also great. So as we heard from the previous session from Jason about the AIM platform, let's take the conversation forward. How can solutions be scaled? How can AI not be a divider, but a driver? On that note, we have a very exciting fireside chat coming up, which I'll be moderating as well, on how to operationalize the Global Digital Compact, which Jason spoke about. As we know, we have many stakeholders in the ecosystem that connects, and two very important stakeholders are obviously the private sector, who have the technology, who can support SMEs, who can scale, and then we have the Center of Excellence on the other side. Today, we'd like to invite two amazing speakers to join us for the fireside chat. First, Ms. Grace Gowling, Antar SDG Center, and also the co-founder of Global Digital Economy City Alliance, head of Geneva office. Welcome, Grace. And we'd also like to welcome Mr. Meng Bo from Huawei, Director of Corporate Communication. Thank you so much, Grace, and thank you so much, Bo. So, Grace, so Grace has a good point, gender balance. So let's start. I'm very curious, Grace and Bo, very diverse experience, yet something unites both of you, which is AI. So at the intersection of AI and industry, what sparked you in your role? What sparks you at the intersection of AI and your work. If you would like to share, well, what interests you? Why are you in this role which connects AI to your organization? And then we'll hear Grace as well. And of course, you can introduce yourself. What's your role in Huawei?
Oh, thank you. Good morning. It's such an opportunity for UNIDO, giving me and Huawei this opportunity to be presenting, share some of the experience over here on the stage. Allow me to briefly introduce myself a little bit. My name is Meng Bo. You can call me Bo. I'm working for the Public Affairs and Communication Department of Huawei. I've been working for Huawei almost 10 years. And before that, I was a journalist. I've been working for Huawei in several roles in Malaysia, in Canada, and now in the headquarters. And addressing back to your question, I didn't, what sparked me for artificial intelligence is not from textbook, because I'm not learning artificial intelligence. My major back to college is history and international relations. So AI is something really new to me. And what sparked me is one experience when I was visiting the factory of Huawei, that I see the artificial intelligence, how to improve the manufacturing process for Huawei smartphone. So a quick question. Can you imagine how much time does it cost for Huawei to manufacture a smartphone on a resembling line?
Any guesses from the audience? Any number?
27 seconds.
Let that sink in. 27 seconds.
From scratch to make a phone. So that is thanks to the efficiency of artificial intelligence to prioritize the whole manufacturing process, like the scheduling. And also one thing is really amazing is how to prevent the machine from breakdown. So previously, if there is a problem, the engineer have to check from the very beginning what was wrong with the machine, and then try to fix the problem. It takes hours. But now with all the sensors of AI, the machine can tell the engineer, like before there is some problems with the machine. So it's just empower the engineer to prevent the problem and reduce tremendously the downtime of the machine. That is, I think, the most amazing part is artificial intelligence is not about technology only, but it's about human being.
Thank you. On that note of curiosity, Grace, what inspires you at the intersection of AI and industry?
Thank you for your question. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Jason to invite me to this event. Come back to your question. Actually, I just got this question this morning, so I asked myself from bottom of my heart, what inspired me to come into this track. Then I found out actually the first time my fascination with the AI's transformative power. It starts in 2013 when I first visited Shanghai Automation International Corporation, and the General Motor Wuling factory is fully equipped by the robotic workshop in their Nuzhou factory. I have seen these massive machines working in perfect harmony, show me how AI's potential to revolutionize manufacturing. And also during the pandemic, I assume most of you will agree with me, we already seeing how AI enabled global remote education and support epidemic prevention, proving its value in crisis response. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Bo. Last year, Bo arranged me to visit their Düsseldorf office, and I also saw their AI application for wildlife protection, demonstrating how technology can serve environmental conservation. And last year, I also visited Global Internet Corporation, Internet Connected Corporation Organization. I went to their CCTV room. I observed how AI-powered energy management system that optimizes the resource allocation across the network. Well, also last year, we organized events in COP29 with IUCN, which we brought the top experts, also including Thomas from the ITU, to discuss how digital technology and the youth innovation could advance nature protection. Most recently this year, we organized a global public policy challenge with focus on the food security and poverty alleviation. And we received 383 proposals from 53 countries' university. And the winning team from KU Leuven and the National University of Singapore, and their work is highlighting innovative AI applications. And this year, our Beijing government partner, they would like to contribute their Beijing solutions. So we sit down and discuss to set up the Global Digital Economy City Alliance. So that's all the way I come to here. I think city is quite an important thought to promote the digital tools to empower the cities. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Grace, and thank you, Bo. Very important stakeholders. Now you can start to form the vision in your head on how center of excellence and how private sectors, organizations, mammoths like Huawei can be the connecting force, so support your business to grow all over the world. So let's move forward. Very interesting, Grace. The next one is for you because you mentioned about the Global City Alliance. Yeah. Given that unique role you are playing in the Digital Economy City Alliance to operationalize the Global Digital Compact, bridging the digital divide in developing cities, what do you think is the core mission and how can it be harnessed? Grace.
Yeah, thank you for your question. The DEC 40 is uniquely positioning to translate the high-level goal of the Global Digital Compact into actionable city-level strategy. And our core mission is to empower cities, especially those in developing regions, by leveraging AI and the digital technology to drive inclusive and sustainable development. And our country will have 3 key pillars. The first is the capacity building. In partnership with UNITA, UNIDO, ITU, we are implementing a 3-year program to train 100 digital governance officials and provide consultation to 100 cities. It's quite an ambitious plan, but it's supported by our Beijing government partner and also our other multi-stakeholders. Pillar 2 is solution scaling. We plan to work with UNIDO, UNCTAD, ITU to connect the global digital economy lighthouse case. Through the connection, we aim to identify and promote over 200 replicable AI solutions. So that's what we just discussed with our partner, UNIDO and UNCTAD recently. And pillar 3 is collaborative governance. We facilitate a multi-stakeholders partnership between cities, international organizations, academics, and private sector leaders like Huawei to co-create and implement projects aligned with SDG 9, 11, and 17. And in 2026, we plan to organize the City Mayors Dialogue and the Global Digital Economy Conference in Beijing on July 2nd with our Beijing government partner. And we have also planned several seminars in Barcelona, Geneva, Vienna, and Singapore with our international organization partners. So our goal is to ensure that AI and the digital tools becomes a driver of equitable progress, not a source of division. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Bo, any comment? What inspired you? Anything what Grace said?
Actually, I think, and also echo back to Grace and Jason, that I think it's very important to be collaborating between different sectors, the public sectors, private sectors, international organizations, to bring different voices to the stage. That is also what we at Huawei, we are doing. So for example, we are involving in the ITU AI for Good initiative, and we are like recommending some of the Huawei's clients' AI best practice to the AI for Good. And also, of course, the AIM Global. Huawei is a founding member of AIM Global initiative from UNIDO, and that brings the different voices to the stage. And also, I think, just inspired from Grace, that Thailand development is another issue which is quite crucial, because the skill gap between the developed economy and the developing economy is there. So if the advanced AI only benefits the developed economy, then the divide will be existing only if the talent gap will be divided, so will be bridged. The AI will be benefiting for both developing and the developed economies.
Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for both of them, because actually driving the execution and for Huawei to actually be a founding partner to the AIMS platform. So one round of applause for the amazing speakers and to all of you. Thank you. So very interesting point you said about bridge. Do you have an example of how Huawei is leveraging AI to bridge that as a tool between two different nations? Any example?
Right. Actually, I would like to take an example as the talent development. So Huawei has a program, it's called ICT Academy. So we help developing countries to raise the ICT and AI talent. And there has been more than 4 million students who has been benefited from the Huawei ICT Academy program worldwide. And also, besides, we are trying to adapt the best practice from developed economies to the developing economies, because there is I should say, a process of development from different countries. So we are introduced, for example, one of our clients is Xiangtan Steel and Iron Company, and they are adopting Huawei's the AI manufacturing solutions to prioritize their scheduling process. For example, previously, if you want to reschedule the whole manufacture process for steel, it will take 2 hours. But with the help of AI, it will reduce the rescheduling time to 1 minute, which is very impressive. So Huawei is introducing that best practice from China to other developing countries, in Indonesia, in some of the other steel and iron-rich countries, to try to enhance the efficiency of those like developing economies. So that is something that Huawei is contributing to bridge the divide of the adapting the artificial intelligence.
Very, very inspiring. I happened to be last year actually part of the ambassador program of Huawei once, yeah, so it was very interesting. So moving forward, I think Grace mentioned about the alliance. What tools or programs are you running which can actually be deployed and some of the members can benefit from that?
Thank you for your question. Besides the 3 pillars which I mentioned, capacity building, solution scaling, and collaborative governance, actually DEC 40 employ a multi-level approach to support cities in adopting digital solutions. First, the demo projects and the sandbox, we aim to establish 10 scalable demonstration projects, such as the smart factories and AI-assisted healthcare clinics allow city to test and adapt technology in the real setting together with our multi-stakeholder partners. Point 2 is the technical assistance and the node maps. Working with our UN partners and Beijing government partners and other multi-stakeholders, we provide tailored industry digital transformation node maps and match cities with technology platform partners to deploy turnkey solutions. So we aiming as a platform. And the point 3 is the knowledge transfer program. Together with our UN partners, we offer training program and the policy toolkits to help city officials leverage AI and IoT technology effectively. So we currently choose 14 AI solutions donated by the Beijing government last week. So we call for cities partners to working with us. If any of the cities they interested to introduce these solutions can reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. On that note, Bo, just curious, of course, Huawei is also supporting moving the industry policies and industry thought leadership forward. What are the typical hurdles are you seeing for the industry to adopt AI as an enabler and not as a divider? And a typical top 1 or 2 challenge you're seeing the industry facing, which therefore can be solved by any of the tools Grace mentioned or other tools. So challenge, and what tool could work for that challenge?
Actually, that's a very good question, because we do see some of the companies, they are very willing to adopt AI, yet the hurdles are quite obvious as well. So for example, the cost of adopting AI is quite huge. So for example, if you are a SME, small and medium enterprise, if you want to adopt AI, you have to have the AI expert and also the industry expert who understands both the artificial intelligence and the industry. So that is very costly in the human resource sense. And also in the meanwhile, you have to cost a lot of the investment into the purchasing of the infrastructure. But actually, we are honored to say Huawei as an ICT provider, we are providing not only the AI platform, but also a public cloud service platform, which can minimize the cost of the entrance of adopting AI to the SMEs. That is very important. And also I think another issue is the integration and the trust. So because some of the newcomers to adopting artificial intelligence, they might have doubt whether the system is reliable, is stable. So that also requires us to contribute to the, as you said, to policy making, to make the adoption of the artificial intelligence more smooth and more reliable, to make sure the owner of the adoption of the artificial intelligence to have more trust into the new kind of productivity. So that's, I think, the most important 2 key issues as the hurdles and some of the suggestions from my end. Thank you.
Thank you. I think cost is a very important factor. I'm sure everybody's ears opened up when you said, obviously, with the access to resources through Grace's platform, Center of Excellence, AIM, and your tools, cost reduction, market access, entry, adoption, all can ease, basically, right?
Definitely.
So we heard about tools, examples, programs. Stakeholders must be asking you, how do we track and measure success? Success is such a vague word, right? But I'm sure everybody wants to learn. So Grace, starting from you, curious, what do you exactly track in your programs, and what does success look like?
Thank you. That's quite a tough question. We have experts sitting here today. Well, I just immature concepts. We measure success through a combination from quantitative and cognitive metrics aligned with the SDG and the Global Digital Compacts. First, I will say inclusion. Well, later we will work with the help of Uncontact and Needed by Num, we will define what's the inclusiveness. Yeah, that's what we discussed. But in the city level, for our alliance, we will see the number of cities from developing region engaged in the DAC 40 projects. Point 2 is the impact, the concrete improvement in efficiency, sustainable, and the quality of life, which we can say people-centered. Point 3 is sustainability, long-term capacity development, such as the number of local experts trained and the establishment of self-sustained innovation hubs. So in future, we will also track replication of the lighthouse case, like Beijing's AI-driven public service in other cities, ensuring that successful solutions are scaled globally through close monitoring and post-project reviews with partner. We ensure that AI deliver lasting, sustainable, and equitable benefits. And if I need to use several words to include, will be what the project we would like to scale up should be perceivable by the people, and promotable, and replicable, and implementable. Thank you.
A lot of interesting insights there. Anybody who wants to access those resources, AIM platform, and also contact any of the UNIDO and Grace, of course. But what about you at Huawei and in your role as well? When you look at AI being an enabler, what are the top 2 or 3 things you are measuring and how? For, of course, driving industrialization and intelligence industrialization.
First of all, I think the measurement is quite crucial to define a success to adoption of artificial intelligence, because I used to be reading a book, and one sentence just inspired me. It's called "Anything that could be measured could be improved." So for AI adoption, I think the several matters, 3 factors I think is most important. First one is the inclusivity. So for Huawei, as I said, because we are providing a public cloud platform, okay. So that just reduce the entry level, the cost for SMEs. So we are proud to say there are more than 5,000 SMEs are adopting Huawei public cloud AI platform to try to embrace the artificial intelligence. I think that is the first factor. Second factor, I should say, is the sustainability. Because for example, as I use as an example, one of the Huawei's client, the Xiangtan Steel and Iron Company. Right. So steel and iron is a highly polluted traditional industry. But with the help of artificial intelligence, just to improve the whole manufacturing process, so the pollution of that company has been reduced by more than 80%. Wow. So that is something I think is quite impressive. The third thing I think is the enhance for efficiency. So for example, like I said, previously the Xiangtan Steel and Iron Company, if they do the scaling of their manufacturing process, it takes 2 hours. But now with the help of AI, it only takes 1 minute to do all the process, because the algorithm is so powerful, and also the computing power to enable them to accelerate all the computing process. So I think inclusiveness, sustainability, and also the efficiency will be the key factors for the measurement of AI adoption.
So much to learn from all of you. I'm sure the audience is learning. So as we are coming to the closing of the conversation, would you be okay if I suggest something impromptu to engage with the audience? Are you comfortable with that? Don't worry, I'll manage it. So if we can, and of course, Jason and the team can interrupt me. If we can have raise of hands of all the new AIM platform members who were on the stage a few minutes ago. Raise of hands, or you can please even get up if you're okay. The AIM members who were part of the launch, some of them, anybody? Please, please, you can stand up, please. Stand up, it's okay. We're having SAP. Anybody else who was in the morning? Yes. Anybody else? Okay. I'm sure, and please don't mind, I'm putting you on the spot, but just to see if we can have something executional, thought-provoking, anything which inspired you from Grace or Bo, and you have an ask. Let's say you're the AIM member, and something inspired you in the last 20 minutes, and if you had an ask, I would like this from Huawei, or I would like this from Grace's resources or AIM, what would you ask them today? If you can scream, or maybe the mic can go to them. 明白我的意思吗? You have an opportunity to ask something from Grace or from Bo, your wish list.
Nishita, I think we should open to everyone here who is interested in working with us, like the following.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities. I think from ours it's quite inspiring for the past 20 minutes. And we are a country group. We are doing AI enabling for the cement manufacturing. So this is quite impressive and shocking for some of you. So currently we're working closely with Huawei for the AI technologies. So we think maybe what we wanted from the both parties is more guidance, because we are a quite traditional company, quite a traditional industry, how to make these embracing or collaborations more modern, more AI, and more United Nations, like to help mitigate the gaps, help to enabling the different areas. So I think that's what we wanted from the UNIDO, AIM, and Huawei to assist us to give us more opportunities to demonstrate our solutions, to help us to make it more special. It's like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause for a new member. Can somebody take a note of this question from the UNIDO team? We'll make sure the matchmaking happens. Yeah. Okay, any other last question for Huawei, Mr. Bo?
Okay, so I'm from SAP. So actually we are focusing on the application layer. So as far as we know that you are quite focusing on the infrastructure and a physical world, right? So I'm really wondering how we can, further collaborate to link to more countries, and especially for those uncovered regions, echo to the purpose of this AIM organization. So this is some topics that I feel interested in. Yeah.
That's a great question. Thank you so much. We will, I'm sure, facilitate that conversation you can have between Bo and the SAP colleague. Thank you so much. Round of applause. You were brave. So let's move forward. And of course, as a closing remark, we hope and welcome everybody who wants to work with Grace's resources or Mr. Bo. Any raise of hands? Everybody who wants to join? Let's have raise of hands. Everybody who wants to join and have a follow-up conversation with Grace and Bo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. We can take a seat and we'll move into the next session. Give us a minute. We can have music until then. And you can talk to your colleagues on the left or right for a minute. We're trying to keep it short and sweet and insightful. We have an exciting panel coming up. Just hold on. let's move on. So as you might recall, Mr. Bo Meng from Huawei said a very interesting word, inclusivity. Inclusivity is at the core of the AIM platform as well. It's all about bridging and connecting the resources for members. On that note, we will have a panel discussion on practical solutions to close the digital divide. We'll have few different startups and organizations who will be sharing their insights on how to close the digital divide, skills gap, and mobilize finance. I would like to invite our fellow speakers on the stage. Can we have the title of our panel discussion next? Mr. Torbjørn Fredrickson from UNCTAD. Welcome, sir, for joining us. So you can come this side. I'm coming. Next, we have Mr. Liu Gang, Director, Institute of Economics, Nankai University. A warm welcome. Let's have a round of applause for everybody. Then we have Mr. Jonas Makria, Director, Made in Ethiopia Movement, Ministry of Industry of Ethiopia. A warm welcome. Thank you so much. Then we have Mr. Tony Zhang, Head of Supply Chain Management from SAP. Thank you so much. And we have a speaker specially online, Mr. Jonas. Sorry, we have another very important speaker, Mr. Guanzhou, Head of Policy, GSMA Greater China. Thank you so much. A warm welcome. Louder, louder. One more round of applause. And we have an online special guest as well who will be here online in a few minutes. Mr. Jonas Makria, Director, Made in Ethiopia Movement. For you as well. Oh, you're here. Sorry. I might need your help. Did I miss somebody online? Oh, yes. Thank you so much. So, because we will be having a discussion, I would like to start with our great speaker online to share a few words on how the AIM ecosystem experts are leveraging AIM and your solution. If you could please share a few words, and then we'll get into a discussion with you. About 3 minutes for you, is that okay? You can share. Oh, I should look somewhere.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so I can go first, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. So, good morning from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. My name is Dung Nguyen, co-founder and CEO of Plain Farm. So we are a Vietnam-based agri-tech company building and farmer-first digital infrastructure with permanent in-soil sensor pairing with AI-powered chatbot so that we can localize agronomy advice to every farm. And what unique and how we can help make our products inclusive and accessible to all farmers. Because it's affordable. It can run both on cloud and on device mode. So even the farmer in the remote area can have access to our technology. And we're also working with the government to co-sponsor the adoption of technology for the farmers, as well as many other NGOs as well in Vietnam. And now also expand to other countries in the Southeast Asia. So I'm glad to be here, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our special guest online. Thank you so much. So in the interest of conversation, we'll be glad to have you hear us, but we will have a more physical conversation on the ground. We can have the title of the panel discussion back on the stage. And of course, we can have him online. So thank you so much, a warm welcome. Instead of me introducing yourself, it'll be nice if you could introduce yourself in your day-to-day role. So what's your day-to-day role? Let's start from you, sir, from GSMA.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? So I'm Joe from the GSMA. So for those of you who don't know who we are a global trade association representing the mobile industry. So that includes pretty much all of the mobile operators in the world. They are members of the GSMA, and also vendors like Huawei, ZTE, Ericsson, and Nokia, but also a lot of the companies that are in the adjacent sector that benefit from mobile connectivity. Companies that, for example, like Airbus is also a member of the GSMA now. So we look at overall how do we drive growth in the mobile ecosystem, in a wider ecosystem. I think in the morning, our fantastic host highlighted the word access, and that is essentially what we're trying to do at the GSMA through connectivity, through all of the added services that are enabled by connectivity. How do you provide access? So that is, first of all, by providing connectivity to people. I think we've done pretty well. At the moment, we are already connecting globally 95% of the population. And through new technologies coming up, and we're closing that coverage gap very quickly. And that's very high on the agenda. But also, let's not forget, among those 95%, a lot of them still are not using the internet, as Thomas mentioned. That's what we call the usage gap. We are working with a lot of our partners, mobile operators included, but also a lot of the UN agencies, as well as people like the World Bank, the IMF, who are looking at how to actually empower them to use that. Includes affordable handsets, improving digital literacy, all the things to allow people to actually be able to use when they live on their coverage. And just before I finish, beyond this core connectivity, we're also branching out, in particular in the last 15 years, to a lot of the more what we call the vertical sectors. The sectors that are benefiting from mobile connectivity, and we're working very closely with them to make sure that the solutions and the innovations coming out of the mobile ecosystem can be understood more, can actually work more closely with them to solve their practical problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's why we are so glad to have you as an expert where the ecosystem can tap into. Let's hear from you from SAP, your intro as well.
Yeah, I'm Tony Zheng. I'm currently heading the supply chain management for Greater China. So as you may have heard, supply chain management is a kind of buzzword in recent years. So like 5 years ago, we are quite focusing on the cost effectiveness, right? To talk about more from the cost efficiency perspective. But in the recent 5 years, we are talking more about resilience, sustainability, and especially, more and more, especially for China customers, we are going globalization. So we are running the global operations. For these things that we are finding that the innovation is already happening from, several years ago. And on top of that, together with the new technology development like AI, so we are now currently working on how to embed those AI capabilities on top of the business transactions. So this is what we are now focusing on. And also, in China, we are so strong in those, for example, like a physical AI world, like a humanoid areas. So we are also thinking about how to, leverage what we have. Like we are linking like 190 countries. We are supporting the transaction volume from the business network larger than 7 trillion from last year. So this could provide quite a strong foundation and a basis to make the world run better, right? So that's basically
Thank you so much.
From my side. Yeah.
Warm welcome, Mr. Yunus. Please, kind intro.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jonas Makre. I'm coming from Ethiopia, Ministry of Industry. And under our ministry, there is an initiative called Made in Ethiopian Initiative, which is started before 3 years ago to reboost the manufacturing sector of Ethiopia. So let me brief the Ethiopian Digitalization Transformation Plan. Ethiopian digital transformation is underpinned by strong leadership commitment, especially our notable Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy, his dedication to the leadership on this matter. This commitment is reflected in our policies, in our national development plans, strategies, and also legal frameworks. For instance, our 10 years homegrown economic reform identifies ICT as a primary engine for job creation and as well as inclusive growth. which is further detailed in the Digital Ethiopia 2013 national strategy, which is an ambitious strategy. Key initiative includes the Ethiopian, we established Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute for the sake of research and development also. We have also additional, last year we create an initiative called 5 Million Coders Initiative with the help of UAE government for advanced digital literacy of among our youth. So this, thank you.
Thank you so much. So, round of applause. Your intro as well. 你说中文可以？
对，说中文。
中文可以。
因为这个人工智能实际上是一个基础设施，这是一个概念。实际上我们觉得还是一个公共产品。最主要的是人工智能是非常复杂，它包括基础层和应用层。建立这个复杂技术体系是一个非常长期的过程。从中国我们的观察，实际上从2000年开始就一开始在做，是非常复杂的一个技术体系。所以关键问题是怎么让，就今天会议说我们说这个包容性的数字经济，怎么让更多的国家享受到这种基础设施建设，来解决这个问题。我觉得这是最重要的一个问题，也是今天我们开会提到的。我的这个建议，实际上根据中国的情况，给大家稍微这个说一下，就中国那边也有发达的和落后的。比如说我在新疆做调研的时候，发现它也是通过政府和企业，特别是像华为、像阿里这样的企业，通过政府的合作，然后把基础设施建下来，然后帮助这些落后地区发展起来。甚至我做过一个研究，就是中国有62个最贫困的县。这些县里，我们发现有62万人在使用网络在工作。那么发现他们收入提高的同时，我们发现在这个贫困地区竟然出现了22种职业类型，就新的职业、新的就业岗位。所以说，我觉得就是人工智能在推动这个基础设施发展的过程中，一定是通过政府和企业，特别是这种头部的平台企业的合作，然后再推动下去，来帮助这些地区发展。我想实际上我们也看到了，中国和其他国家的合作，在推动这种基础设施发展。我们希望能看到，就通过今天这个会议，能达成这种推动发展的一种倡议。好，谢谢。
谢谢。I think just for a quick recap, it's a very interesting point. 谢谢，我说现在一点英文，非常人明白你的意思，有的人不明白。So just to very simple recap, like even I learned something, like we all know China has like multiple countries in one country, from poorest to richest. So I think from Nankai University's perspective, they are trying to bridge within China the underdeveloped and the developed. So 62, if I'm not wrong, 62 poorest towns and areas are coming out of poverty or coming out of their limitations to more opportunities thanks to AI. And the university is kind of being an enabler because of the research, because of the resources to drive that. So that's the nutshell. And I think it's glad to take this conversation with different experts. We'd love to have you also, Mr. Tobon Fredrickson, to give a little intro and your role day to day in facilitating.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the other speakers on the panel, interesting. UNCTAD, maybe many of you don't know who we are. It's a UN Trade and Development, and our overall goal is to help more developing countries to participate better in the global economy when then growing attention is being given to digital. When we are here in China, it's easy to get carried away, I would say, about the tremendous opportunities that digitalization is bringing for development. Because I think this country has proven that you can bridge the digital divide. China's journey in digital has gone from a very low level to now being at the frontier in the most advanced forms of digital technologies and artificial intelligence, which is mind-boggling, frankly, when you look at this. Rivaling, the only country that is really rivaling the US, and in many respects is already ahead of the United States here. And I just wanted to stress here that there is a risk when we talk about the digital divide. There is not one digital divide. There are many digital divides. We used to talk mainly about bridging the digital divide in terms of internet use. There's still 1/3 of the world that is not using the internet. But what is happening when we have such a rapid technological change, which is accelerating thanks to AI, thanks to the reliance on data, the risk is now that the divides will grow even wider, not being bridged. So the challenge for us is to see how can we ensure that those that don't yet are up to speed at the basic level of digitalization will be able to take the next step without having that basis. This is the challenge that I think we in the United Nations need to pay particular attention to. We mustn't get carried away only to think about the latest possibility for every country, because then that will increasingly risk that more countries and more people, more businesses are falling further behind. And that is not the solution we want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you so much for setting the stage for our conversation, because here, with all the experts, we are trying to see what is the challenge and the solution which other SMEs and other companies can harness from all of you. So let's take the point which has been made about the digital divide. A lot of people still don't have access, like rightfully being put. A lot of countries or towns or villages don't have access. And GSMA, you mentioned 95% are connected because of your solution. But is there something else in your solution which is helping solve that digital divide, people who don't have access? Do you have a solution? If you can talk about that very briefly.
Yeah, I mentioned briefly in my earlier remarks, when we look at digital divide, in particular, what we think the usage gap. When they live under coverage, why are not using it? So we had systematic research on that. The two most important factors, one is affordability of devices, and that device could be laptop, could be smartphone, could be anything that connects. The other one is digital literacy. So those two are the main issues that we face as an industry. The GSMA is doing a few things, just highlight a few. One is that we have a Mobile for Development Foundation that is working with a lot of our donor partners, for example, the MasterCard Foundation, Gates Foundation, UKAID, Australia Aid, to provide aid program and support, for example, for markets in South Asia, markets in Africa. We work with also, for example, with Smart Africa to see how we can actually work with operators to provide incentives for people to be able to access smartphones. We are talking about 4G and 5G smartphone in a range between 50 to 100 US. So affordable. We're not talking cheap. That's the important point. It's affordable with the right capabilities to allow them to access. But that also leads on to the next point, is about financing. Of course, the GSMA, through our own foundation, but also through our operators, we provide a lot of incentives, subsidies, and all kinds of financial tools to them to access. But also, we cannot do it alone. So that's why we work with, for example, the World Bank, with the ADB, with the Latin America Development Bank, as well, to see how from the banks, can they be part of that? Can they provide a more powerful financial tool, not just to the operators, but also to country governments, can provide a national aid as a part of that, provide more capabilities for those handsets to be more affordable. So I think foundation is one, but also in terms of digital literacy, that's also one that we're trying to tackle with a lot of efforts putting as well. China, if you look at it, a lot of the contents and a lot of the things people can access are localized, and that really helped to empower information to the people, and that is not a common thread elsewhere. Now, with the rise of AI, we are looking at a much more problematic landscape we're facing, where the AI is driving a larger divide to be debated, but there's a trend for that. And so we are actively working within the association, for example, to look at how do we provide localized large language models. So last year, beyond the GSMA, the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, we launched a Kazakhstan, a local language model with Kazakhstan, Russian, about 6-7 Central Asian languages, and to specifically allow the people using those languages to access AI, to be able to access local contents, local services, and so they are not marginalized by the lack of English, because they can't use ChatGPT, they can't use Copilot. So those are probably the two things I want to highlight at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd love to hear from you actually, because you're representing the ministry actually in Ethiopia. While you introduced yourself earlier, it'll be nice to hear what is still the biggest challenge, biggest problem you're still facing to your towns or cities to leverage AI. What's the challenge?
Okay, thank you again. Before I go to the challenges and the solutions, I first prefer to share you the success stories of my country on the digitalization and the whole process. Ethiopia has made a significant progress on digitalization and the transformation, meeting global digital compact objectives especially. Let me give you some numbers. For instance, internet users were 17 million in 2020 earlier. Now we make it 44 million internet users in Ethiopia. Our digital payment system, for instance, under 1 million by 2020. Now it's a magnificent, a large number, almost 128.5 million users use Telebirr. It's a digital payment platform. Also, the government of Ethiopia starts a new initiative called Mesob in Amharic. That platform helps us to efficiently use users for government service, different government service like tax and income payment, also other services. So here are some progress. We are also in the big project of digital national ID project. We have launched digital ID project. So these are the main success stories of our country on digitalization. So we have, as a developing nation, we have a lot of problems toward this. So
just one you can mention.
Yeah, a lot of, the one is skill on human resource, skill gap. There are a lot of skill gap on human resource, and also infrastructure deficiency and high cost of equipment for digital equipment.
Thank you. First, let's give a round of applause to that amazing progress in Ethiopia and all the success. So moving on the digital divide, right, and how inclusive digital economy, all the experts here are facilitating. Just curious, but I will try. Nankai University, the resource. How do you help? And maybe somebody can be impromptu to help us here. How does your R&D or your research team resource help to connect with private sector and public sector? Nikai Shojongwanma, can you help me just? 谢谢谢谢。
因为南开大学本身在人工智能领域的这个有几个组成部分，一个呢就是有这个有人工智能学院，就是一个专门的研究机构。另外我所在的机构呢是中国工程院，在我们这设的一个人工智能发展战略研究院，其中就是推动人工智能在全球的发展，就是帮助一些国家，也是我们一个研究的非常任务。就是我现在的这个老板就龚克教授，实际上现在正在非洲，就在非洲在在教一些很多工程师，在做这个用 DeepSeek 用大模型在解决他的工程问题。 所以我们也是一个很重要的这个推动力量。南开大学呢，也是希望就是把我们的这个资源和研究能力释放出来，就是能够推动这个公法组织的一些活动。好，谢谢。
谢谢，谢谢。Do you have any comment on that? Do you think any role SAP can play to leverage?
Thanks. So actually, I think, when we are talking about AI, like just you mentioned, even a lot of people don't have access to internet. And from our observations, for a lot of enterprises, especially for those SMEs, they even don't have the very foundational like ERP management. They don't have the resource management basis. And then we also noticed that as for the AI, that from the talents perspective, from the most importantly, from the application scenario perspective, both of these, I think that's something that we also can contribute in collaborating with an ecosystem like this, right? So because you see, when we are trying to commercializing the AI, so the most important thing is about scenarios. And from SAP perspective, we almost cover most of the industries and business processes. So what we are doing now is we have identified like hundreds of business cases alongside the business process. So this is going to be kind of an enabler to commercialize the AI. I think that's something added from my side.
That's wonderful. And thanks to Tobon, to raise that point about digital divide and inclusivity. Now you heard all these other experts. Any perspective you would like to share where UNCTAD can contribute or facilitate solutions for other SMEs through these experts?
Yeah, thank you. And it very much resonates with everything you're saying here. I think the examples that were provided by the expert from Ethiopia here are the kind of issues that have to be addressed before you go to the next stage. So you talk about digital ID, increasing the literacy, increasing the uptake and use of the various kind of digital technologies that exist and connectivity. I think artificial intelligence will have the biggest impact if it can augment human intelligence. So digital things will not replace the need for general development. So many of the basic development challenges, low incomes, low levels of literacy, low levels of education, these remain barriers even if we have technological solutions. And I think that is, frankly, one of the big explanations to why China has been so successful. You have developed across the board in parallel and applied digital solutions across the board in companies, in small and big companies. Look at e-commerce, for instance, which is an area that UNCTAD is very much engaged in. We have in most advanced economies digitally, including in China, more than 80% of people are shopping online. It's an everyday thing. In China, I think it's almost impossible to buy anything in the shop any longer because you have to go online to find the things. I experienced that. It's amazing. And all the payment solutions are in place. It's so easy. It's so easy. But if you go to Africa, in most African countries, less than 10% of people shop online today. Even if they have, like in Rwanda, 97% access to 4G mobile broadband. Sometimes the broadband is too costly. Sometimes they have access to it, but they don't use it because they can't afford it. Or the supply chain. Well, the supply chain, maybe it's not so big a problem for the people in general to use the broadband, but it's the cost often. And there is also sometimes a lack of focus on what are we going to use the connectivity for. So how do we get companies to invest in developing e-commerce solutions? How do we get governments like in Ethiopia now to use more digital government solutions so that you create a market? Because if you have a lot of connectivity and no market for it, it becomes costly to maintain this digital connectivity. So what we do in UNCTAD, we try to work with member states, especially in developing countries and to a large extent the least developed countries, to build up the broad-based ecosystem so that you have the payment solutions, you have the legal and regulatory framework to build trust, to build the skills, to improve the infrastructure, and to get financing, which I thought was what we were going to talk about.
We're coming to that.
Because this is the biggest challenge that digital entrepreneurs in developing countries face. lack of access to finance that can help them. The banks don't lend to digital entrepreneurs, too risky, and they're not set up for that. There are so many things we need to work on in parallel. And that's why also we are very much keen on working with other UN agencies that are experts in the different silos. We need to work across the policy areas. We need to break down the silos, and we really need to keep focus what the key issues are for countries at different levels of development. Thank you.
Thank you. Just hold on. Just if you can frame that launchpad for the next part of the conversation, because we're about to come on the finance as well. Like, what challenge are you seeing in that finance bit?
It's often that the kind of financing that startup companies in the digital space need are often not available in many developing countries. There is still a reliance on traditional banking, for instance, for funding, which may not be conducive to supporting digital startups, because this is a high-risk area, it's hard to assess the potential and so on. I'll just give an example. There is also a particular concern for women entrepreneurs. Numbers at the global level, women-only funded teams in startups gain only 2%, 2.3% of global VC funding. 2.3%. This is one of the reasons also why we have brought a lot of women digital entrepreneurs from 12 developing countries here to China to learn and get inspired from what's happening in this country. It's a tremendous opportunity. It's a missed opportunity that not more women entrepreneurs have the chance to grow and thrive in the digital economy. That can be changed. There's no reason why it shouldn't, but let's work on it together.
We have quite a few women in the audience, women entrepreneurs. Jayo! Everybody, so it's great. I think that's a very good point, and I think panels are not only for good discussion, we should have a debate sometimes. So as we come towards the closing as well, and we'll hear NFARM Agritech in the end, what role do you think GCMA or SAP or the ministry or the university is playing to give back for others, to grow other SMEs, to grow other entrepreneurs, to finance them? Any one short example or resource you have to fund others' progress? Maybe we can start from SAP and then go to GSMA.
Okay, so from our side, actually from last year, we are initiate a kind of like a series of training program, focusing on those companies who are doing their business going globalization, especially for Southeast Asia. And most of them are, some of them are large enterprises, of course, but also we noticed that a lot of, energetic SME is currently joining us. And also, whenever you go to South China, for example, like Shenzhen, you will find a lot of newly popping up business models there. They are outsourcing all the manufacturing globally. They are outsourcing a lot of things outside, but they are doing the operation things, making the global supply chain business there. Yeah.
This is amazing. So training resource and AIM platform can also leverage that. What about GSMA?
Yeah, I can go on for the next half an hour about with you.
2 minutes.
I know. I'm just trying to scare you. So I want to highlight one thing. So apart from all the great work the association does, we actually run probably in the tech sector the biggest convening platform in the world. So we have MWC Barcelona, that was largest, MWC Shanghai, the second largest. We will also have MWC Kigali. We are going to open Doha in November. And so all of this are providing a very neutral and inclusive platform for not just mobile, let me be quite clear about that, not just mobile, to come together to get access to resources, partnerships, money, talents, and also technology. Give you a quick hint. In Barcelona now, the people attending Barcelona, more than 60% are from outside telecoms. That means we are providing that platform for people to come together to get access to that. And we're doing that in Shanghai as well every year. At the end of June, now MWC Shanghai is a show that looks at Asia, how we're doing partners. I'm already talking to Jason about whether we can do something next year. So use that platform. And in particularly, how to say this, in the current landscape with a very high political tension, geopolitical tension, we still remain a geopolitically neutral organization that we allow all the people to come to our place to do business, to get partners, and provide all those resources that we're talking about.
So to Tobon's point, because the digital divide is still there, so will you be able, when you work with the UN bodies, will you be able to map who are the people really in need, like the entrepreneurs, like the women or SMEs? Like, will you be able to map and perhaps support those people who really need those resources and funding?
Yes. First of all, we have a global research program on the GSMA Intelligence, our own think tank, looking at globally what are the issues, what are the underserved population, what are the demographics, what they need, what do we have, what the industry have, what can we provide for things that they don't provide, what can we ask the government to do, what can we ask the UN agency to do, what can we ask the aid banks to do. So we do, like I said, I can go on for the next half an hour. So.
Thank you. Let's hear from you, from your perspective, if you had to make one ask today, like a live matchmaking happening, one ask you have from no matter the UN body or any of the private sector or university sitting for your country, what is that ask?
Actually, we, along beside the government effort to tackle those problems, we work with different international international organizations like UNIDO and World Bank and other organizations to tackle those problems. For instance, we have launching the Timbuktu initiative with UNDP to support startups and entrepreneurs in Ethiopia, not also in Ethiopia, in Africa. The startup program is launched last year, and a lot of users participate in that particular program. Also, we have UNIDO and China had a project called Digital Platform for Shared Use of Resource Equipment and Expertise. So the big problem in our SMEs is that they have a limitation of capital to buy machineries and equipment. So to face such challenges, UNIDO starts such kind of project in our country. So.
Thank you. And you never know, some of the gentlemen sitting here might be able to help you. The last question, last question. I think academia is the most important in the heart of everything, university. Any special thing the Nankai University is doing to reduce that gap of gender, especially how are they leveraging the female, women entrepreneur or research resources to connect with private or public? Any special new?
这是一个很好的问题。实际上，南开一直在致力于，就是说这个女性的这个参与，包括我们这个对女性掌握这个人工智能技术。我们还曾经专门研究这个课题，就怎么提高女性在智能时代这个劳动能力和工作能力的提升。我觉得我们可以作为大学嘛，主要还是展开一些研究工作，研究或出一些报告来推动这个事情的发展。主要功能在这儿。
谢谢 Thank you so much. Anything, just like one or two closing remarks from you? What inspired you from this live impromptu discussion?
I'd like to say one thing only about AI and value. AI is very valuable. And how do we see? Well, we look at the top companies of the world, the top 6 companies of the world, 4 of which are now valued at more than $3 trillion. So the combined value of these top 6, all American, all big tech firms, including NVIDIA, they have a market value capitalization that is 57 times global official development assistance. So my hope is that the tremendous value that the world is helping them to generate by them being the dominant players in the AI field will also go back to a greater extent to help those countries of the world to fund their development of the digital sector. Because if they do that, these companies are set to make even more money, but pay back to society that are fully managed. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. As a closing and taking forward, we'd like to hear our online guest as well, Mr. Dusung Nguyen from N-Farm Agritech, CEO, who's joined us online. We really appreciate if you're still online to give your closing remark on what are you looking forward to partner with the AIM platform. If you are still online. Yoma?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes. What are you looking forward to partnering with the AIM platform?
Yeah, I think that first I want to emphasize that AI is the solution for inclusivity because AI now can provide knowledge and assistance to people in the remote areas, to farmers as we are doing. So AI is the solution. And with the AIM platform, we really hope to help with the technology companies, government, UN platforms, to bring this to as many farmers around the world as possible. Because there's no one company can make this happen. We depend on network, we depend on the large-scale deployment of devices, we depend on policy as well, and also academia, because we need to really advocate and train farmers around the world on the benefit of digital transformation to make the agriculture greener and more profitable for them. And that's the mission we are working on, and we look forward to work with Overdue on that. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. That was closing. Please stay online. Maybe we can take a group picture. Thank you for joining. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining. Xie. Thank you. Take care. We need more women next time in panel discussions. So on that note, we will move to the next session. Look forward. Xie. Thank you so much. Inclusivity, that's the key word. Aren't you excited? We almost had a live matchmaking, and the live matchmaking continues. The last session before the break, so please hold on. We will have a break after this session. So as we talk about scaling those solutions and taking the BRICS conversations forward to drive those competencies, the next panel highlights how BRICS cooperation and UNIDO initiative can speed the AI adoption. From Center of Excellence, hubs, South-South mechanisms, and adoption. A warm welcome to our moderator, Mr. Alexei Savrasov, pardon me, Mr. Alexei Savrasov, BRICS Program Manager, UNIDO. Thank you so much. Please introduce your panelists.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it working? Yes. We are almost at the middle of today's program. So this particular panel will be on the deployment of technologies. We heard many things today about the solutions themselves, about the policy, about the governance of this solution. But here we would like to propose talking about how the deployment is done in practice. Centers of Excellence is one of such instruments, one of such mechanisms, if you'd like, that we at UNIDO use extensively, but also countries all across the globe use in order to facilitate the deployment. What AIM Global does is, first, it invites the members, like we're doing today, engages with the members. It mobilizes the solutions, it mobilizes the funding, as we just heard, to deploy those solutions. And it provides and facilitates the support through the Centers of Excellence that we're going to be discussing right now. So with that, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers to the stage. His Excellency Mr. Leon Juste Ibobo, Minister of Post, Telecommunications and Digital Economy, Republic of Congo. He will come shortly. Okay. It's on his way. All right. Ms. Huang Jimbo, Director, UNU Institute in Macau. A round of applause for the speaker. Yes. Right. Mr. Wei Liang, Deputy Director, China BRICS AI Development and Cooperation Center. Mr. Tiago de Almeida Pinto, BRICS Partner Coordinator and Chair of BRICS Partner this year, representing Brazil. And last but not least, Mr. Carlos Alberto Gomez Gilbert, Director General of Industrial Development, Ministry of Industries, Cuba. Пожалуйста. All right, so shall we start? The centers of excellence, the mechanisms that allow sustainable, replicable solutions to be deployed, to be scaled in practical terms. What I would like to ask our distinguished speakers is their take on the critical factors of success of the Centers of Excellence model. Then we will discuss how artificial intelligence might help scale up the capacities, industrial capacities in the Global South, in the developing countries, and in the BRICS. And then, with your permission, I would ask you to summarize the key points that you would like the audience to take today. 30 seconds, yes? And if you can give us your impression of the AIM conference so far. So what it is that you are taking from the AIM conference so far. All right, we'll start with the UNU. What do you think are the key barriers to establishing Center of Excellence across BRICS, across the developing countries? And how can South-South, and for that matter, multilateral cooperation help in this? Please. 2-3 minutes, if possible.
Okay. So first of all, my name is Jingbo Huang, Director of United Nations University Institute in Macau. So UNU, like the previous MC has said, we are a university, and meanwhile we are also the UN. So we have a double identities. We are also a sister organization with the UNIDO. The reason why we're here is because, first of all, UNU has 13 institutes, and the one that I'm heading in Macau is specialized in digital technologies and SDG, research, teaching, learning, education. So with the UNIDO, we had our collaboration started from last year, from our AI conference. So UNU also has a global AI network, and UNU Global AI Network joined AIM, and AIM Global joined UNU. So in this sense, we are 你中有我，我中有你. So we support each other. And you, from UNIDO's perspective, you're doing more financing, doing action. So we can say you're action tank. And we are more research, teaching, education, so we're a think tank. So from the barrier perspective, I want to bring up a research study that we're currently working on is interoperability in AI safety governance. We looked at several countries, including China. We are collaborating with the KAIST. So some of the factors I would like to bring up are Number one, if we talk about the barriers, is technical. So for example, cross-border data flow. So from the technical perspective, different countries in the BRICS may have a different infrastructures, data mechanism, etc. So that is one barrier to consider. Number two is legal. Different systems have their different legal system, from data privacy all the way to copyright issues, etc. So how do we mitigate? How do we ensure that these systems are talking to each other? So number three is ethical, so ethical perspective. Different countries, yes, we are all human beings, we believe in certain values, but we think about things differently. We may have different ethical standards. So, the UNESCO has come up with recommendations on AI ethics. That's the fundamental principles, but different countries might have their own individual interpretations. So from these three angles, legal, ethical, and the technical, I think these bridges need to be, the gaps need to be bridged in order for us to remove the barrier and also to launch more activities across these BRICS countries. Over 2-3 minutes, right?
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, we would like to welcome Your Excellency, please. With your permission, we will jump to English.
I'm on English. I don't speak very well English, but I speak French. My English is not better.
Okay. I would like to ask you the question. From the Congo perspective, the model of the centers of excellence that you use in practice, and especially with the national strategies that you have in Congo to develop industry, what are the key highlights? What are the key ingredients of this national strategy that you are pursuing? Yeah, it's working, yes.
It's okay.
Yes.
First time, my English is not better. Je préfère parler en français que... en anglais, ça va être... Merci beaucoup. Non, premièrement, je me réjouis déjà de participer à ce panel et de ce forum qui marque un tournant, je pense, décisif pour toutes les nations. Cette ambition portée par le président Xi Jinping à travers ce forum, avec cette initiative louable de la nouvelle révolution industrielle qui permet aussi à quelques autres nations comme les nôtres de pouvoir bénéficier à travers le numérique, à travers les nouvelles technologies, de bénéficier d'une certaine sagesse. Pour nous, pour moi, personnellement, c'est quelque chose de très important. Et je disais, c'était très important et c'est un honneur de prendre la parole devant cette assemblée de haut niveau. Honneur, pourquoi? Parce que à travers ce forum, on réunit des grands décideurs et des chercheurs, des industriels du monde entier, pour que nous réfléchissions ensemble à l'avenir de l'intelligence artificielle au service de l'industrie et de la fabrication. Je voudrais d'emblée souligner combien cette conférence illustre la vision que nous partageons ensemble, celle d'un monde où la coopération technologique transcende les frontières pour que l'intelligence artificielle devienne un bien commun de l'humanité au service de la prospérité et du progrès. Permettez-moi, à cette occasion, de transmettre les salutations fraternelles de son Excellence, M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, président de la République, chef de l'État du Congo, et de réaffirmer l'importance qu'il attache au partenariat stratégique avec la République populaire de Chine, particulièrement, mais au-delà avec toutes les autres nations, y compris les nations qui composent les BRICS. La confiance et l'amitié entre nos deux chefs d'État, son Excellence Denis Sassou Nguesso et son Excellence M. Xi Jinping, constituent un pilier essentiel de la coopération entre nos deux pays dans le domaine du numérique et de l'intelligence artificielle. Le monde connaît aujourd'hui une transformation industrielle sans précédent. J'allais vite. L'IA bouleverse les modèles de production, réinvente les chaînes de valeur et redéfinit les métiers de demain. Pour les pays africains comme le Congo, cette révolution technologique représente à la fois un défi et une formidable opportunité. Nous avons créé le Centre africain de recherche en intelligence artificielle, dont la mission est claire. One minute, yes. Développer les compétences locales en formant des chercheurs, des ingénieurs. Donc, l'ambition que nous voulons, c'est co-construire justement avec les BRICS pour apporter la valeur ajoutée et permettre à ce que cette, j'aime bien cette vision du président Xi Jinping, cette communauté de toutes les nations soient prospères. Pour nous, c'est une grande opportunité. Nous nous réjouissons de participer à ce forum. Voilà.
Thank you.
It's very good for us because it's an opportunity for the country of Congo participate to the innovation and the formation.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Round of applause for that.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. And now we are.
Encore, no?
Key points was that.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry, just to translate in Chinese. 就是刚才部长先生，我就简单翻译。刚才部长先生首先是很向大家问好，很荣幸今天能够参与这样的一次论坛，在这里表达一些针对我们今后双方加强合作的我们的一些观点。然后刚果部和中国已经是全面战略伙伴关系，我们双方除了在经济、文化、教育方面有开展了很多的交流合作。我们接下去在这个人工智能时代到来的时候，我们也将加强我们双方在通信、人工智能方面的合作。我们两国的元首对推动中国和刚果部之间的交流合作给予很高的重视。当然，我们也很珍惜这次参与金砖国家论坛的这个机会。我认为，虽然说我们刚果部不是金砖的成员国，但是我们也是我们这次全球新工业革命的受益者。我们很珍惜这样通过与金砖国家之间开展交流合作，来提升我们整个刚果部国家在基础设施建设，尤其是通讯领域的这个提升。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. And now I would like to move to our China BRICS AI Development and Cooperation Center, Mr. Wei Liang. If I may, brief self-introduction and an overview of the BRICS AI Center work.
Thank you. I'm Wei Liang from China, Deputy Director of China BRICS Artificial Intelligence Development and Cooperation Center. Thank you to have me here. Just now you have mentioned that you want to discuss some practice, so I would like to share some AI cooperation practice among BRICS countries. BRICS AI Center was officially established last year, July, a key measure to implement the leadership of Chinese leadership initiative to deepen the BRICS innovation cooperation and unleash the potential of artificial intelligence. And guided by the BRICS spirit, the center is committed to strengthening the shared information exchange and technical cooperation, deepening industry synergy and project cooperation, promoting application empowerment and capacity enhancement, and facilitating the formulation of AI governance framework and standard. We value our strong partnership with UNIDO. In May this year, we invite UNIDO expert to jointly compile and release the BRIC AI Outlook Report 2025. In July, at the BRIC Forum of World Artificial Intelligence Conference, we were honored to have representatives from UNIDO join us in discussing the shared value and practical direction for global South countries in field of AI. And today, as a co-organizer of this AIM Global Conference, we are honored to work with UNIDO again to advance international cooperation in industry AI. And we look forward to use this forum to build consensus, expand the collaboration, exploring opportunity for AI technology to promote global inclusive development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And may I just say that it's a great pleasure to partner with you, to work together with the center, contributing to the work of the center over the past year. Let's go to Brazil. Let's jump to Brazil, Tiago.
Okay.
We know that there was a specific statement of the leaders on the global governance on artificial intelligence, specifically in the BRICS countries. What is Brazilian take on it? What are your reflections?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Alexei. I think that just referring to your original question, that's how to scaling BRICS industrial competencies. Yes. My take is that just a second. Okay, now I'm back. Is that the BRICS leader statement on global AI governance is an important step. It really provides some ground to facilitate, especially BRICS countries, developing countries, to create competencies and to establish centers of competencies. But specifically to the BRICS leader statement on global AI governance, we consider it's a lighthouse that illuminates the path towards AI governance that's truly representative, inclusive, and development-oriented, especially for global South nations. It was one of the main Brazilian BRICS president's achievements this year, in my opinion. So this document represents a groundbreaking departure from conventional AI governance frameworks, introducing several innovative elements that distinguish it from Western-dominated initiatives. Unlike documents that primarily focus on ethical considerations and risk mitigation, the BRICS statement boldly addresses structural economy inequalities and market concentration issues that have been overlooked in global AI disclosure. There is a few topics covered by the declaration that I would like to shed some light on. One is data governance and economic justice. The statement's most innovative contribution lies in the explicit recognition that fair, inclusive, and equitable governance of data is critical to enable developing countries to harness the benefits of the digital economy. The second one would be market regulations and competition framework. The statement breaks new ground by directly confronting market concentration in the AI sector, emphasizing that fair competition and marketing regulation are at the heart of the equitable AI future. The third one would be intellectual property, balance, and public interest. It's perhaps the most innovatively part of the statement, because it advocates that for a balanced approach to protect intellectual property and safeguard the public interests, AI systems and global development needs. And lastly, but not less important, the open source and innovation ecosystem. So the documents strong advocacy for open source development and resource efficient, specialized and open foundational models. Offers a concrete alternative to the current closed proprietary AI ecosystem. By encouraging open science and open innovation mechanisms, the BRICS statement provides a roadmap for democratizing AI development and ensuring that the benefits of artificial intelligence are not concentrated in the hands of a few powerful corporations. Yeah, it would be my first words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, it's extremely important, the statement of the BRICS, the developing countries, and the global south on how the artificial intelligence as technology should be developed, adopted, implemented. Shall we go to Cuba now? Carlos, should I switch to... Расскажите, пожалуйста, о национальной стратегии кубинской по поддержке промышленности. Какие основные рэперные точки там, какие основные столпы? So please tell us about the national strategy in Cuba to develop, to introduce digital technologies in industry, and what are the key pillars within this strategy?
Muchas gracias. Ante todo, permítame agradecerles por poder intervenir ante este foro en representación del Ministerio de Industria de nuestro país. Y referirnos que desarrollamos esta política de transformación digital en un entorno que para Cuba es extremadamente agresivo, a partir de que las políticas que implementamos se proyectan bajo el impacto de un férreo bloqueo económico financiero que nos incide en el desarrollo industrial y en el desarrollo de todos los proyectos de introducción de la política de digitalización e información de la sociedad. No obstante, a pesar de este férreo bloqueo, el programa de país implementado por el gobierno establece las líneas fundamentales para conformar o impulsar la digitalización o la profundización de la aplicación de la política de digitalización e informatización de la sociedad. Y estas a su vez están refrendadas por un programa de gobierno que fue refrendado por la Asamblea Nacional del Poder Popular y que cuenta con todas las acciones para, por cada uno de los sectores, establecer las líneas de introducción y desarrollo de la política de digitalización e informatización. Además, desde el punto de vista del emprendimiento de cada uno de los organismos estatales, nosotros representamos al Ministerio de Industria del país, existen políticas que soportan esta proyección de desarrollo e implementación de las políticas de informatización, que están, muy rápido las menciono, están referidas en el Decreto Ley 370 del 2018, que establece todos los mecanismos para la informatización de la sociedad, desde lograr la interconexión de todos los actores de nuestra sociedad, utilizando las técnicas de informatización, hasta los mecanismos de lograr una comunicación segura y protegida de todas nuestras informaciones. El decreto 35 del 21 establece las acciones vinculadas con las telecomunicaciones, la tecnología de la información, el uso del espectro radioelectrónico. La ley 49 establece la protección de los datos personales, muy importante en esta interacción que desarrollamos. Y el decreto 125 del 25 crea el Centro de Gobierno Digital como parte del programa de gobierno para la transformación digital que hacíamos referencia. Desde el punto de vista de nuestro ministerio, tenemos dos políticas. Una que está vinculada, es una política vinculada con el desarrollo de la industria, que dentro de sus preceptos establece el desarrollo industrial implementando la automatización y el desarrollo de la robótica. Y además tenemos también una política vinculada con la automatización de todos los procesos tecnológicos de nuestras industrias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Спасибо. Спасибо большое. We have a truly international panel here and with distinguished speakers. Muchas gracias. Your Excellency, over to you. How can developing countries use artificial intelligence to develop industrial competencies in their countries? What should they do in practical terms?
Concernant l'intelligence artificielle, nous avons déjà quelques projets pilotes que nous avons engagés. On utilise l'IA pour optimiser la logistique portuaire et les corridors commerciaux, des solutions de maintenance prédictive dans le secteur énergétique, des applications pour améliorer la transformation et la conservation des produits agricoles et l'élevage, le suivi intelligent de l'exploitation minière avec des outils d'IA permettant de mieux gérer la sécurité des sites, d'améliorer la traçabilité et de limiter l'impact environnemental, la santé numérique, où les solutions d'IA sont en cours de test pour avoir un meilleur diagnostic médical, la gestion des hôpitaux, la télémédecine, au bénéfice des populations qui sont dans les zones rurales, par exemple. Bon, il y a aussi le problème de l'urbanisation intelligente. Je vais laisser traduire un petit peu. Ouais.
对，我们在这个人工智能在刚果部的应用呢，其实现在也在逐步的在很多的领域都开始在使用，比如说我们的物流，在新能源领域、农业、养殖业、矿业，还有智慧城市、医院的管理、医疗方面，我们都有采用人工智能。
Et l'Afrique et particulièrement le Congo veut être actrice et non spectatrice de la nouvelle révolution industrielle. Pour y parvenir, il faut une coopération internationale. Raison pour laquelle nous nous réjouissons encore du partenariat qui a été signé hier entre l'Académie China Academy of Information and Communication Technology et le Centre africain de recherche en intelligence artificielle, parce que cela nous permettra justement d'ouvrir pour la jeunesse africaine, pour la jeunesse congolaise, des opportunités qu'offre aujourd'hui le numérique pour créer la richesse, pour créer l'emploi, pour développer nos pays.
刚果部希望在人工智能的这个赛道上，我们不仅仅是观众，我们也希望成为真正的参与者。昨天我们非洲人工智能研究院和中国的这个通信研究院已经签署了战略合作协议，这也是我们将来能够进一步深化双方在人工智能领域交流合作的一个新的契机。接下来我们还希望能够通过青年的交流培训，能够培养更多我们在人工智能和数字经济领域的专业人才。
Merci, merci beaucoup. Going to UNU, what is UNU's take on the potential role of artificial intelligence in the industrial sector of developing countries? How can AI be used in the developing countries to develop industrial competencies?
Like I mentioned earlier, UNU's competencies are in research, teaching, education, and learning because we're university. So from the capacity building perspective, and we have made a lot of efforts. So for example, last year, during our first edition of our AI conference in Macau, so we brought together 30 ministers of ICTs from developing countries. The topic of the training was data governance and digital transformation. It was a program in collaboration with the UN DESA. And we are also trying with the different audiences and teaching different topics. For example, we just run a couple of training workshops for diplomats in Hong Kong and in Beijing, for the embassies and consulates, to help them understand, or help them basically how to use generative AI tools to help with their diplomatic work. Our audiences are quite broad, from policymakers all the way to young people, like His Excellency just mentioned, the young people, involving young people in the AI learning and the development. So we also trained a lot of students moving from Macau to Germany to the Netherlands to learn about AI climate and the modeling. We also had training programs on agent-based modeling. So it depends really on what specifically the audiences would need. So if we look at the context of training for BRICS countries, we're among these BRICS countries. So I was thinking about a couple of things. Basically, those are the very fundamental questions to answer. Number one, who are you teaching? And I'm not talking about the countries, I'm talking about the specific groups. Because from those groups, when we do thorough needs assessment, learning needs assessment, we understand exactly what they're after, what their challenges are, what their barriers are. And then, based on the input from the audiences, we put together a training program. So number two, what do they want to learn? And that we usually use case-based learning. And also we encourage peer learning. So during our research process with KAIST, Xin Tong Yuan, so we learned about the Chinese approach, which is a scenario-based and a pilot first. So we strictly follow that because it's a very good one. But we want to follow specific scenarios, and one good practice may not work. It could work in Congo, but it may not work in Cuba or in Brazil. So we have to bring all these people together, have them discuss, and what works in your country and what doesn't. And then some people will say, oh, we face similar challenges, and let's share, let's compare, let's bring up what works for you, especially from the AI for good side. What did I do well in the AI for good? So in that sense, the solutions can be local. It can be contextualized. So I just want to talk about these who and what. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And may I just say that we are very happy to have you as a member of AIM Global. Moving to China, Mr. Liang, what substantive progress has the BRICS AI Center already achieved in advancing AI cooperation among the BRICS countries?
Thank you. I'm very happy to introduce some outcome in promoting AI cooperation among BRICS countries. First, we have established the BRICS AI Cooperation Network to promote synergistic development between mechanisms and entities. And the center has formed an expert committee, invited 40 experts from government, industry, academic, and research from 8 BRICS countries, as well as organizations such as ITU, UNIDO, and WHO, and launched the BRICS AI Cooperation Network within 25 leading research institutes from BRICS countries, establishing the convergence to diverse resources. And we also set up an international operation base in Shanghai and a technology transfer hub and a smart innovation hub in Brazil. And second, we have established a global inclusive AI capacity building mechanism and support independent innovation and development. In May this year, the center successfully held the BRICS High-Level Forum on Artificial Intelligence in Brazil, which has been incorporated into the series of events in 2025 BRICS Industry Ministers meeting. We also launched the international initiative on open source AI cooperation within 10 international open source communities. Third, that's the last, we promote sharing research outcome, pooling BRICS wisdom to contribute to the international community. Center launched the BRICS AI Innovation and Cooperation Community, integrating policy library, enterprise database, and over 3,000 industry solutions, and initiated the BRICS AI Innovation Platform for facilitate the cross-border sharing of database and computing power and model resources. We also compare and publish the BRICS AI Outlook report, a multi-language compliance of typical AI products and application cases, and a collection of AI for good cases. We sincerely invite more countries and institutes to join us in journey advancing AI to inject a new momentum into human well-being and sustainable development. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say that we were very happy to contribute to this research, to the reports, and we are looking forward to continuing our very fruitful collaboration. Across the ocean, let's jump to Brazil now. Tiago, Brazilian presidency proposal under Partner this year was about Partner AI sovereignty branch. What are the key elements? Why is it important?
Yes, we did. Yes, this year we proposed to create the Partner AI sovereign branch. The key elements, I would say 5 fundamental pillars are: number 1, development of open source generative AI models based on BRICS countries' language to ensure our cultural and linguistic representation. 2, creation of shared infrastructure with storage and processing capacity to train machine learning models for industrial applications, with crucial support from institutions like the New Development Bank. 3rd, establishment of capacity building and training programs to develop human resources in the industrial sector and promote experience exchange among our developers. 4th, creation of a collaborative marketplace for interregional commercialization of AI-based digital products and services, strengthening our digital economies. And lastly, active participation in AI conference and events so that BRICS voices is heard and respected on the global stage. In summary, the leader's statement that I mentioned in my first intervention gives us the why and the what, a clear vision of fair and equitable AI governance. The AI sovereign branch could offer us the how, the structure and the action plan to achieve this vision. Together, the 2 documents form a solid foundation for BRICS not only to participate in the AI revolution, but lead it, ensuring that technology serves as an instrument of development, inclusion, and sovereignty for our countries. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Tiago. UNIDO is supporting the BRICS Industrial Dialogue format. In practical terms, we have what is called BRICS Center for Industrial Competencies. And of course, one of the topics and one of the technologies there is the artificial intelligence. Going to Cuba, Carlos, how does your country use South-South mechanism and multilateral mechanism to develop industry nationally?
Thank you. Cuba fortalece su cooperación con países del sur global, América Latina, Eurasia, África, y cuenta con apoyo técnico de ONUDI en el marco de la colaboración multilateral de forma sur-sur. Y voy a poner 2 ejemplos prácticos. Uno inicial, el Ministerio de Industria cuenta con un memorándum de entendimiento con el Ministerio de Industria y Tecnología de China, que durante el periodo 2014-2017 nos permitió trabajar de forma conjunta en las proyecciones que nos permitieron elaborar las bases conceptuales para establecer la política de desarrollo industrial que hice referencia en la pregunta anterior. Y de igual forma, contamos con un programa de país con ONUDI, firmado con ONUDI, que en este contexto nos satisface informar que en la próxima semana tendremos el lanzamiento del proyecto denominado Programa de Mejoramiento Tecnológico y Empresarial en el sector de producción de agroquímicos y maquinaria agrícola fase 2, liderado por las organizaciones de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo Industrial ONUDI, el Ministerio de Industria con apoyo financiero de la Federación Rusa. Este proyecto tiene como objetivo contribuir al fortalecimiento de la seguridad alimentaria del país mediante la modernización de la industria de fertilizantes y maquinaria agrícola, y esta cooperación promueve la solidaridad tecnológica, el fortalecimiento de capacidades y la construcción de ecosistemas digitales exclusivos y sostenibles. En tal sentido, son proyectos que realmente nos ayudan a la implementación de la digitalización en pos del desarrollo industrial de nuestra economía.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. So there you have it. The model of the Centers of Excellence can be used practically to provide small and medium-sized enterprises with the access to technology, support the adoption of technology, development of skills that are so needed for this technology to really show its full potential. We are going to conclude this panel, and with that I would like to ask each panelist to summarize very, very concisely in 30 seconds what would you like the audience to take from your presentation today. Sir?
Thank you. Merci. Qu'est-ce que je peux dire en conclusion? En intégrant l'Alliance mondiale sur l'IA pour l'industrie et la fabrication, la République du Congo exprime sa volonté de contribuer activement à la définition de normes éthiques et inclusives pour l'usage de l'intelligence artificielle dans l'industrie, le partage des expériences réussies en matière de transformation numérique et la mise en réseau de centres de recherche, d'universités et d'entreprises africaines et internationales. La vision qui est la nôtre, elle est très simple: faire du Congo, à travers le Centre africain de recherche en intelligence artificielle, un catalyseur africain de l'intelligence artificielle industrielle, et bâtir avec nos partenaires une industrie inclusive, compétitive et éthique au service du développement durable. Voilà notre ambition, mais aussi notre feuille de route.
我们的愿景是希望在我们能够积极参与这次全球化的这个工业革命，然后能够积极的应用人工智能为我们的国家发展做出积极的贡献。我们还期待能够与金砖国家和全世界其他的国家一道，通过与研究机构、大学之间开展深入的合作，能够提升我们在人工智能方面的这个技术，尤其通过我们非洲人工智能中心来加强对外的交流合作。所以我们很期待能够加入到这个全球化工业革命的新时代，能够进一步提升刚果部在人工智能领域的全面深化和可持续的发展。谢谢大家。
谢谢。Macau, please.
When it comes to AI, we need to talk about it, discuss it. We need to learn about it. We also need to do something. So along these three lines, UNU, we are organizing the second edition of the AI conference in October 23 to 25 to celebrate the UN 80 and the UNU 50th anniversary. So we have 3 days, 1 day on doing, which is AI Youth Social Innovation Competition. The topic of the year is climate. The second day is AI conference. We talk about it. It's a multi-stakeholders. We have a government, we have academia, we have industry, we have international organizations. So talk about it. The third one is we learn about it. And on the 25th of October, we have AI Education Day. We have training programs running from all the way from primary school students to government officials, specifically for Portuguese-speaking countries, government officials on digital economy and AI. So please come to Macau, October 23-25. Thank you.
Mr. Liang.
Thank you. I will be very short. I would say that open source is very important. And we can use open source to share some model, to share some dataset, and we can together do some contribution to empower the industry with AI and for the human well-being and for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil.
Yeah, thank you. My take would be, I think that data governance has to be at the center of any AI discussion. And so my 30 seconds take would be that the recognition that fair, inclusive, and equitable governance of data is critical to enable developing countries to harness the benefits of the digital economy, including AI.
Thank you. Thank you. And Cuba.
Bueno, en el caso nuestro, más que solicitar, vamos a ofrecer todas nuestras capacidades de industria, nuestras proyecciones de universidades, el potencial científico técnico para incrementar nuestras colaboraciones con ONUDI, de la mano de ONUDI. Y en segundo elemento está el proyecto que hacía referencia, que lo vamos a hacer ese lanzamiento en la próxima semana. Estamos invitando a todos que participen en ese proyecto liderado por ONUDI. Y en tercer momento, al igual que la compañera de Macao que me precedió, estamos invitando a todos los participantes a que nos acompañen en Cuba Industria 2026. Es un evento, una convención que desarrollamos en junio del 2026, donde se reúnen todos los profesionales de la industria a intercambiar, a conocer el desarrollo y las acciones que podemos trabajar de conjunto. Los invitamos a que estén junto a nosotros.
Muchas gracias. A round of applause for our truly international, yeah? Yes.
I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of
Yeah,
Cuba.
yeah, yeah.
So my Spanish is not so good, but it was very key what was coming out. Talking about the partnerships, talking about Cuba's industrialization. We're going to be opening a project in collaboration with Cuba in the next few weeks, and the Cuba are sending an invitation to everybody to join them in 2026 to support them in terms of their own digital transformation exercises. Muchas gracias, señor.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your attention and our truly international panel of the experts from across the BRICS and the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. We are having a lunch break while the photograph is happening. We are having a lunch break. We'll be back at 1:45 p.m. until 3:45. It's a short session. Don't miss it, because we'll be discussing real solutions. You will see real case studies, real solutions, and real opportunity to collaborate with UNIDO. 1点45下午我们开始，你们花来你的朋友一起可以，谢谢你们。
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Every solution begins with a problem. In this particular case, we are dealing with an invasive species called acacia bushes that invades the grassland of Namibia and takes up farmland. The farmers affected were simply burning the bushes to recover land. A dangerous process, but also a source of harmful emissions. UNIDO's Sustainable Bush Value Chain project uses artificial intelligence, machine learning, satellite, and drone imagery to analyze and map the growth of the bush across Namibia. It is a prime example of how digital technology can be used to tackle environmental degradation and resource depletion. Artificial intelligence and geographic information system now identify where the acacia is growing and estimate the total biomass. This provides a foundation for the responsible harvesting of these invasive species, and as next step, the harvested acacia is turned into marketable products like charcoal and cattle feed. Together with our partners, we transform a harmful environmental issue into an economic asset for local communities. A challenge becomes an opportunity. Funded by Finland, our solution has received strong support from national authorities and local communities, attracted venture capital, and led to the establishment of a factory for biomass processing. A factory like this means local value addition, job creation, and income generation. Our initiative shows how AI technologies can benefit rural populations and foster sustainable and inclusive growth. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that developing countries have access to such technologies to bridge the digital divide. At UNIDO, we will continue to explore the potential of AI for advancing local communities, job creation, and environmental sustainability. We look forward to partnering with all of you in identifying and implementing similar concrete digital solutions. I thank you.
So we move right along now into our next panel while we have your attention, and this is on AI, digitalization and automation in manufacturing. And this panel will be moderated by Seong Zhu, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of TCS UNIDO. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to moderate this high-level session on digitalization, AI, and automation in manufacturing, which is one of the priority themes for this Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum. So today, with me, we have a very esteemed panelists. They are from Russia Federation, from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, also from Siemens. So today, this morning session, you already heard some kind of points about the importance of digitalization and artificial intelligence. Now, one of the examples referred to was this year's Nobel prize winners. Win 2, basically say physics and chemistry, there's 2 categories, physics and chemistry. The winners are doing some work related to AI. So for us, of course, artificial intelligence, advanced digital technologies are transforming our life and our work. So for us, today we have a chance to know what's going on in Russia Federation, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, also say in the private sector, how the firms are responding to this mega trend of industrial development. So I would like to introduce firstly the panelists. Say to my direct right, we have the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mr. Alexei Glustev. Welcome. Then in the middle, we have the Assistant Minister of Industry and the Mineral Resource for Planning and Development of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abdullah Alam Mari. Welcome. And to far left, Mr. Abdullah Al-Lajnan, General Counsel of Siemens. Welcome. So, without further ado, I would like to directly get into our discussion. Basically, by raise some questions to our esteemed panelists. As I already mentioned, that it's important for us to understand basically the practice of each and every country in the field of, say, development and the deployment of digital technology and AI in industry and manufacturing. So, Deputy Minister, what is basically the status and the process of AI adoption in industry in your country? Say, we know that in your country you have a set of policies and strategies in this matter. So actually, what kind of practice that you have now, you may wish to share with the audience? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, and esteemed panelists, dear guests. Indeed, AI is, and its development, its implementation in different industries in our everyday life becomes really crucial. According to the analysts, the AI global market growth is being among the fastest from different industries, and the average growth from 2024 to 2030 is estimated, it's been estimated by roughly 30%, but not to mention the subsectors within the AI that will definitely grow by times, up to 10 times for the period. So we really need to structure our approach and policies to this new and inevitable trend. What will this entail for the industry? Of course, it will lead to decline in the production, manufacturing, and modernization and maintenance costs, optimization of supply chain, a more open access to data. At the same time, it will also lead to new requirements for the manpower, for the labor force. And also, on the third, it will be a great challenge for the governments to restructure the labor force market within the country, ensuring that the traditionally trained labor force either will be retrained and adjusted to the new digitalization trend, or shift to other more traditional industries that would still be developing in the country. So work out the approaches to this ongoing trend, we made up the strategy for development of artificial intelligence in Russia until 2030, aimed primarily at scientific research, support developing and upgrading software, increasing the availability and quality of data, hardware, and increasing the level of Russian market provisions with qualified personnel and public awareness of AI technologies as they are. According to the strategy, just to name several targets and figures, by 2030, the supercomputer's maximum power will grow no less than 1 exaflops. Additional contribution to GDP growth of no less than 112 billion USD, an annual increase of volume of AI solutions development and implementation, no less than 600 million USD. Which is most important, the share of workers using AI technologies in their operations will increase to up to 80% of the labor force. The share of priority economy sectors within a high value of AI technologies readiness index implementation will reach no less than 95%. In order to fulfill the strategy, we're going to implement the national project Data Economy and State Digital Transformation, which will ensure that the information technology solution advancements will grow at a pace at least twice higher than the GDP growth. 80% of Russian organizations and institutions by 2030 in priority sectors of industry will shift to the basic and applied Russian developed software. So that is another target. 99% of mass socially significant state and municipal services will be provided in electronic form. In addition to the strategy, we also made up a special artificial intelligence code of ethics that established general behavior principles and standards. And finally, our country has adopted a strategy for digital transformation of manufacturing industries. The main goal is to ensure technological sovereignty, fostering commercialization of Russian-developed R&Ds, as well as accelerating the Russian companies' technological development and increasing Russian products and solutions' domestic and global competitiveness. So these are the main strategic documents we are going to implement within the upcoming years and trying to find the balance between the traditional sectors, between the innovations and AI becoming more and more sufficient with the economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for sharing Russia's practice in the field of using these strategies and policies to set up the direction for the digitalization technology and AI's deployment in manufacturing sector. Thank you very much. Now, Assistant Minister, so we know that Kingdom of Russia, of Saudi Arabia, has a very ambitious vision 2030 to promote your economic diversification and sustainable growth. That in this regard, that you also have this plan to integrate digital technologies into the operationalization of the vision 2030. So please share us your practices and experience in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah wal khair. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this is a very interesting question, and I would start with Vision 2030, where we have the industry as one major element within the vision. And then also we have several programs under the Vision 2030, which is the NEDLIP program. With that, we have developed the industrial strategy, the National Industry Strategy, NIS. And in order to execute and implement this strategy, you need actually two things: the infrastructure and the enablers. So in total, we have about 11,500 factories within Saudi Arabia, and most of these are hosted in two areas, two authorities, either the Royal Commission or industrial cities, Mudun. Both authorities, they have implemented major projects to put the right infrastructure for all of these factories in order to have access to, for example, to fast internet, to networks and so on. For the ministry, we have to have the enablers. So starting with putting the regulations, which are supposed to be in line with the international regulations and also with the kingdom regulations. This is one. The other one is to have the tools in terms of, the digital tools, and that's why we have digital transformation deputyship within the ministry to execute and implement all of these, systems. Also, with that, it comes, the human capital development, and we have that covered already within the ministry. Another part or component that will help also is the innovation. So we have set up the innovation within the ministry that will cover all the steps from the initiation of the idea to, getting all the approvals until we have a product that we can, sell and export. Talking about the strategy, we have initiated something called Future Factories Program. And that program, we target about 4,000 factories that will transform their processes and they will implement some of their, digital tools. In order to do that, you need to do first assessment of these, factories. We are using a tool called Siri in order to do the assessment and see where we stand and then implement the right tools to improve. It's moving. It's really, we see a lot of, digital tools implemented. We use, for example, blockchain for supply chain. We have drones for confined space inspection. We have AI for quality control. We have, for example, AR and VR, the augmented reality and visual or the visual reality for training and simulation. We have so many tools. Now, we see some of the factories already realizing the benefits of this. Not to mention, some of the factories' name, but we have one factory improved the productivity by 400%. Another factory reduced the inventory or optimized the inventory by 68%. And third factory that improved, the input or the revenue by about 48%. So we have a lot of things happening now, and we are persuading and also following up with all plants or factories in order to do the assessment and then to move with the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing Kingdom of Saudi's experience in the field of deployment of this digital technology transforming industrial sector and the benefits you already has gained. Thank you. Now let us turn to Siemens, General Counsel. We know that Siemens is one of the leading company in the sector of industry, infrastructure, transport, and healthcare. Also, Siemens has invested a lot in the field of digital, basically a kind of technology to transform all these sectors you have operations. So from, a company's perspective, so what kind of benefits that this digital technology could bring to the operations of your company?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. I would like to start by thanking you for giving me and Siemens Saudi Arabia the opportunity to share their experience when it comes to the digital transformation, which is something Siemens is leading in this industry and trying to contribute positively, obviously, to this industry. When it comes to the risk associated with AI and digital transformation, there are many aspects that can be discussed and addressed. One of the main concern that I noticed that many discussion around AI and digital transformation ensues to is the employment and the job displacement. Of course, automation, artificial intelligence, and robotics are replacing manual and routine jobs across various sectors. And it's important to realize that when we are talking about specific industries like manufacturing, which is again Siemens' experience in this, retail and certain services, this was impacted definitely by this. However, when we are talking about these type of risks, we need to understand that it comes with great opportunities that all private sectors and government can benefit from. So it is important to understand that it is the upskilling and reskilling approach will be the best way to ensure that the employment and the job opportunities are still there. Of course, by investing in a training program, equipping workers with new skills that can help them transition into such roles. Now, it's important to mention that there are certain sectors still require human skills. So just as example of our experience in health sector, it is important to realize that this sector still requires human skills. I'm talking about creative industry, education. So it is important to distinguish between sectors where it is entering this transformation and sectors are still require human skills. Another element which is related to my heart, because as a General Counsel, it's important to ensure that when we are applying AI and digitalization of any industry, it is important to understand that we are working within the legal framework provided by authorities. So when it comes to, for example, the intellectual property and data security, it is an important element that need to be evaluated and looked at in order to transfer the industry within the legal framework. So we're talking about the rise of cyber attack, the data breaches. Of course, this has significant financial, reputational, legal risks to this industry. In order to address these type of risks, of course, businesses will need to ensure that data security is one of their priority. It is part of their strategy. It is part of their daily practices. Otherwise, yes, industry can improve their efficiency, productivity, but it will compromise or may compromise its data and data protection and confidentiality as well.
Thank you really for this benefits of digitalization and AI. I think your company and how to grasp this basically this kind of opportunity and to realize these benefits through this kind of training program for reskilling or upskilling of your working force, also to ensure that you are operating within this kind of regulatory framework. This is something important. Now, I think things we already touched on, basically that the national strategy policy to support the deployment and basic development of digitalization and AI industry and manufacturing. Now, I think we may wish to discuss a little bit on basically the challenges in terms of, say, this the development of digital technology and particularly AI in industry and manufacturing. One of the main issues or concerns that is about the job displacement. So automation happen basically meaning always people are afraid of basically for the labor market. So what you are taking on this, Deputy Minister?
Well, of course, the challenge is there, and it is for the governments and for the corporate sector to adjust to the challenges. To first, the challenge could be eliminated by the shift in the occupations, because what would now seem like the occupation of the future, tomorrow will be a traditional occupation. So that is what we need to recognize with the development of new technologies. The whole society structure and the vocations would be shifting together, thus still creating extra employment, or at least ensuring the same level of employment within the country. The other challenge, I believe, is that the balance between the AI contribution and still man contribution, because what would be the ratio for identifying what is true, what is not true, what is right, what is wrong? And that is why I mentioned the code of ethics that has been passed in my country, because it's really something that we need to look into. And to ensure that the development ability of a human being would still be there while the AI technologies and solutions will be progressing from day to day. Otherwise, we definitely as a humanity might become too dependent on the technology, but too not even reluctant to get the knowledge by our own education, our own experience, trusting too much to the solutions brought by the digital environment. I'm talking maybe more globally than industrial-like, but in the industry the same. It's really important while we implement digital solutions, digitalize the industry, the equipment, automation process, to ensure at the same time all the types of security for the processes, because going digital, you sometimes go vulnerable. You need to ensure that the high-cost production process, high-cost equipment would be secure from the intrusion and the third-party management or ungranted access. So these might be the challenges that we need to focus on. And of course, the third one is standardization. We need to identify the standards for the new solutions, for the new technologies, and they should be at least not unified but harmonized. Otherwise, we will split into different solutions in different sectors and would not get united or at least harmonized in our development in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your insight on this issue. I think this balanced approach and humanity-based oriented approach is extremely important. Senior Minister, for you, I would like to basically to touch on the issue about the challenges faced by SMEs in their digital transformation journey. And particularly now we understand that the most challenging part for the economy to transform in the digital era that lies with the progress for the SMEs digital transformation. So what's your take on this?
Okay, I think I can summarize the challenges into three, and more related to the SMEs, small, medium enterprises or factories. And in our case, the first one is the cost. Implementing some of these tools is costly, and some of the small, entities, they cannot afford actually to implement this. This is one challenge. The other thing is, the talents and the skills that we have. Sometimes it's very difficult to find the right skills in the market in order to, for example, work on some of these digital tools. And once you implement, then it comes again the challenge to, redeploy some of your existing resources, or do, as stated by our colleague here, some reskilling or upskilling. The third one, I think, is the cybersecurity issue. As, for example, AI is getting really very smart, it can break our cybersecurity systems. And then that will expose, not only this small and medium enterprises, everybody to risks. Yeah, I think these are the 3 top challenges that I have seen around.
Thank you. I think with your basic answer, which lead me a question to you, General Counsel, because obviously for digital transformation journey for a given country, I think we understand that both the government, public sector, and private sector have a role to play. Yeah, particularly for the SMEs. For the government, the basic fundamentals like infrastructure need to put in place, including regulatory framework. Then what kind of like a public-private partnership will be, say, instrumental, basically, to support or facilitate this process of digital transformation?
So it's a very good question. I'm talking about the role of all stakeholders involved in supporting SMEs or entities in this era of transformation. Of course, it is important to touch upon the importance of clear laws and regulations, policies that maintaining the values of such digitalization. Because, in my opinion, if we allow the private sector, for example, to go into the digitalization without maintaining the framework from legal perspective and from security perspective, in a way from risk management perspective, this may present another challenges. And it is not, of course, the aim of such a transformation. Another thing which I think is important to highlight is the inequality and the digital divide between workers, between businesses, between entities, and we experience this ourselves. For example, Siemens entities across the world, we realize that there are some industries and some individuals need to looked after when it comes to their ability to adopt and embrace this transformation. So inclusive access to digital infrastructure is one of the approach that Siemens took in order to ensure that there is no division when it comes to the equality, or there is no inequality among workers. Of course, the focus on the increase of energy consumption and the regulation around that. Alhamdulillah, here in the kingdom, there are clear rules and policies when it comes to such area. So in Siemens, we focus on investing in energy efficient data centers and trying to support private and public sectors when it comes to the sustainability and the integration of this sustainability in their strategies, in their activities, ensuring that business models are approved by this sustainability values and sustainability approaches that we develop. Of course, minimizing the e-waste, the implication of digital technology from environmental point of view, engaging with educational sectors and engaging all stakeholders in order to ensure that the implementation is achieving the goals and aims that developed, at the same time not impacting the environment.
Thank you very much. Now with this we come to the end of this session. I think let me to summarize a little bit based on the discussions with the panelists. I think for us, I think digitalization, artificial intelligence, automation is one of the mega trends, I think, in the industrial development process globally. But in order to make best use of the opportunities, we need to put in place a nicely designed kind of strategy or policy on this. In return, also, the AI and the digital technology could be very instrumental for a given country to operationalize their national strategy and policies. But for all this to happen, we need really a very, very solid partnership between public sector and private sector in order to ensure that we could make best use of the opportunities and to avoid these kind of risks that could cause big impact on the society, on the economy. So, of course, UNIDO is happy to play a role like a facilitator, a bridge that, as you can see from the experience shared by our esteemed panelists from Russia, from Saudi, really will help us learn from each other. So this is exactly the objective of the creation of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum. So with this, please join me to give our esteemed panelists a round of big applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next interview session will feature on artificial intelligence, AI, in manufacturing. It will address the role of AI in driving innovation while ensuring that ethical considerations and sustainable practices are prioritized. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, please welcome the interviewer for the next session, Mr. Ashraf Abu Shadi, Senior Advisor for Digital Transformation and AI, UNIDO, for the fireside chat titled Artificial Intelligence, Ethics and Sustainability. He's going to interview Dr. Isabella Mader, the CEO of Excellence Institute, Austria. Please welcome the stage. Take a look, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and it's wonderful atmosphere. We've heard in the past 2 days so much talk about artificial intelligence and technology, and in this short session we try to address one of the very important aspects of the technology, which is the ethics part into it. And I have the pleasure to have with me Ms. Isabella Mader, who is the Executive Director and CEO of the Austrian Excellence Institute, which is a leading think tank for digital strategies, AI ethics. Ms. Mader is the advisor to the Austrian Parliament, and she is on several advisory boards, of which is the Global Peter Drucker Forum. Her background is in information science, business, and psychology. Please welcome Ms. Isabella Mader. Thank you, Isabella. And thank you for coming up here.
这里面是看不看见，实时的。
Welcome back, everybody. We have about 3,000 to 4,000 people signed up online watching this live streamed on YouTube. So welcome back, everybody who's watching online. I hope it's been an interesting morning. Welcome back to AIM platform, the community platform which was introduced this morning. We will continue into actual solutions showcase. How amazing. So we moved from commitment early morning to alliance and action to dialogues on how countries and organizations can exchange resources, matchmaking, and now is the time for seeing some real solutions. The next section we have this afternoon, which will lead up to our closing at 3:45 China time. So in about 2 hours, we'll wind up. So hold on to the amazing 2 hours. AI rapid fire solution session right now. Live AI lighthouse solution, something which you can leverage and support in your organizations as well. It is going to demo real world AI and robotics in manufacturing from perspective of maintenance to energy management, giving you insights into proven tools, new results, and ideas for practical adoption. We have 7 solutions to showcase in the next 45 to 50 minutes. The first one I'd like to welcome is Fitfo from Tianjin Detection Technology, Mr. Wang Zhen, Assistant to the CEO. A warm welcome. Let's hear from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Wang Zhen from FIDO. We are a new member. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's really my honor to be here, and today we want to share some explorations and practices in industrial digitalization. And we are a technology company based in Tianjin, China. With AI plus optics as our core technology, we focus on applying AI in the industrial sector. At the same time, FIDO has a global presence. We have set up local offices you can see in Europe, South America, and Asia, which helps us achieve international R&D. And currently, our products cover more than 15 industries with over 400 projects and 2,000 algorithm models. As you can see on the screen, we serve fields like the OEM factories, some auto parts, chemical, fiber, steel, safety, aerospace, and others. In total, we have worked with more than 50 Fortune 500 companies. And today, we're very happy to be here, and we have 3 cases to share with you. And the first is our application in the automotive industry. And left side, you can see this is one of the OEM factory, and the other side is some core auto parts production sites. Right now, the automotive industry is facing key challenges. Labor costs are getting higher, and work intensity is also very high. The inspection efficiency is very low. By using robot control, machine vision, and AI algorithms, we provide automotive clients with a full set of solutions covering by perception, decision-making, and execution. This helps them achieve digitalization and amend operations perfectly. And the second one is our work in 3D vision and high precision measurement. On the left side of the screen, you can see some pictures of the steel industry. It's really huge and very hot. And the other side is the new energy motor production sites. Our clients here have major pain points that manual inspection is very slow and dangerous due to the high temperatures. And while traditional methods has big errors and high costs, using 3D measurement technology and AI, FITTLE has overcome on-site issues like the vibrations and the spray and some hot temperatures. Our measurement accuracy can reach the micrometer level, and we also provide clients with 100% full online inspection. That's what we do. And the last one is our application in industrial safety. As we all know, safety is really, really important. But now, most of the products on the market only focus on single-point management and alarming after problems are found. FITTLE combines machine vision and AI technology. We create a series of safety products with active defense. These products can detect risk sources in time and then proactively protect the safety of equipment and person at production sites through equipment control, which means when a problem starts or not started yet, we find it, we deal with it, and we stop it. And besides these cases, we also attach great importance to the development of AI tools and the cultivation of technical talent. Looking ahead, we will continue to act on UNIDO's mission. We look forward to working hand in hand with global partners to turn cutting-edge technology into an inclusive and accessible driving force for development, and jointly advance industrial modernization in all countries. Well, finally, we welcome all of you to visit FITTLE and give us guidance. We also look forward to continue our discussions after this meeting. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Can you stay on the stage, please?
Yes.
We thought there's something very interesting you mentioned about talent.
Yes.
We have some amazing talent in the room. Is anybody here who has a question or wants to visit their factory or look at their AI infrastructure? Anybody's interested? This could be a great matchmaking opportunity. You want to invite anybody to learn from you? Any question for him? Anybody who wants to collaborate?
It's a really good opportunity to discuss
Students,
these things.
if I was you, I'll be raising my hand.
Hold on a second. Our friends from Malaysia are going to have a comment.
Yeah, that's my new friend.
No, I mean, like, we have a good conversation just now. So it's like he introduced a company, and then like we're from Malaysia, a manufacturing company. So where does the AI advantage in this era of manufacturing? Because we are defecting computer vision, or do you use some kind of modeling technology that does a better material simulation for green energy, for example? Yeah, something along that line.
Great question. Go ahead.
Yeah, we think in the industrial sector, we found that some students in the college or in the university that they have to learn something about the AI on this lesson or on the class, but they don't have the chance to work with the partners in the industry. That's one of the questions we met. So we want to do something with the college, with our business partners to build a platform, and to have some, the conversations, you have to count some business to make the AI can be used really in the industrial, sector. That's what we want to do. So we want to make some, the AI talents to join us, and we can both to find some opportunities in the industrial AI. Thank you so much.
We have one last question. Farouk.
One more question. Well, thank you so much, Wang Zhen. Really, really exciting one. Yeah, we learned how you apply AI for automation, like in automotives, especially on-site inspection, safety, like cultivating talents. Talking about industrial safety and also like in terms of predictable, more or less maintenance, right? And could you elaborate a little bit how you do it? Is it also based on the computer vision, like sensors or vibration? I know that you were limited in time to a little bit elaborate in details, but this predictive maintenance, if you can elaborate on those, thank you.
Yes, because in most of the products now on the market, they only do the one function, that is to alarm when some problems happens or some bad things happens, they alarm. We want to use the experience of this factory when they since it's built, all of the experience, what they happened, what the some workers or some managers, they know the knowledge. We call it, this is some industrial know-how, that we can find some opportunities that maybe the question is well become. That's what we do, some principle. Also, we use the computer vision, and we also use some AI technology to judge if this question is well going to happen, or is this serious, or just only some little mistake. So that's what we want. It's one of our safety products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you later. Really appreciate. So all of you remember in the morning, for those who joined later, today has been an amazing launch and window into the AIM platform. So we will actually show it to you in a few minutes. Let's move on to our next speaker to showcase the solution and demo from uCloud, Ms. Hulidan, Head of the Overseas Operation. A warm welcome to you. Let's give a warm welcome, uCloud.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Danhu from uCloud. Today, I'm very happy to be here to present our AI solutions in the manufacturing. First, let me introduce our company. uCloud is a cloud technology computing company set up in 2012, and we are neutral, that we do not get involved in our customer business. And now we self-developed all our products and services like IaaS, PaaS, and AI platform services. And we always put our customer first. And here you can see that we have our global presence and infrastructure. We have the availability zooms in 30 we have 30 availability zooms across 22 regions, such as mainland China, Southeast Asia, North America, South America, and Africa. So by 2025, we already served more than 86 enterprise-level users, of which 300 are enterprise are on the stock market. uCloud offers 4 types of the cloud. Public cloud, which means that you can enjoy the cloud services by yourself on our website portal. And second is private cloud, which means that you can have all the cloud services and data stored locally. We can do the on-premises full stack cloud just for you. The other is hybrid cloud, which is a combination of public cloud and private cloud. The last but not least is AGI cloud, which means that we can help the tailor head-to-toe solution for the AI applications. So AI in manufacturing. We all know that AI brings the algorithm, big data, and computing power to the manufacturer. So AI can help the digital transformation of manufacturing, which means that using AI, we can improve the product efficiency, optimize for the production process, and innovate in the products and services. So let's share the uCloud DeepSeek AI framework. So in this picture, we see that we have a DeepSeek AI framework. The bottom is our infrastructure layer, which we deploy all our AI solution on an all-in-one machine. But also you can deploy it in the several GPU servers as a cluster. Above the infrastructure, there is the model layer. The built-in large models like the DeepSeek full version, distill version, or you can also deploy other models like Llama or even the industry models trained by yourselves. And above the models, with our model service platform, which you can do the model fine-tuning, the API management, and also the model training in this platform. And also, we offered the knowledge base, which means that you can integrate your own data and together with the models. So in these cases, which will improve the accuracy of your answers. And above our model service platform, the enterprise AI services are real applications which connect your business with AI. So in these layers, we can do the AI programming, some AI chatbot, or maybe some customers always using the AI to improve their workflow. So here you can also customize all the AI applications by yourself. So the highlights of our solution are very obvious. First is lightweight. Minimum one machine as a startup for a lightweight CapEx. So you don't have to invest a large-scale GPU cluster to do the AI. You can start as one machine. And second is ready to use. We combine all the hardware and software solutions together. The other is we do our performance optimization, so you get a better performance. And we provide safe and reliable services, and we do all the operation and maintenance services for you. And here is our model management, so you can either enjoy our pre-installed AI models, or you can upload your models by yourself. And you do the dataset management, model training, and model inferences through the model management platform. And here is our built-in knowledge base, which we can get the information from the origin document and also extract the most useful one and put it into the vector database. So when you need the information from the document, they will analyze the targeted information for you. So we can see the progress that all the information are just cut into the several different sections and put it into the vector database. And here with our AI applications, you can do various AI applications, like you can enjoy the AI data analysis. You can do the AI large model translation platform, and also you can do the workflow agent, and also you can do the programming. You can use it as a programming assistant. And here I'm going to share a case study. Here our customer, they are a Shanghai local manufacturer enterprises in the water purifiers and water purification treatment system. They are traditional manufacturing industry and seeking the digital transformation. Their goals is they want to connect AI with their daily business, like production, operation, and also they want to see the effect immediately instead of waiting for years for the research. And last but not least, the budget is limited, so no expensive facilities. And here is we do the improvements to help them improve the production efficiency. With the visual model graphic recognition, so it can turn the 2D design into the 3D drawings automatically. So from the timeline, we see that with this, the bottom timeline, we see that with the automatic drawing conversion, that the whole process was reduced, and which will compressing the project timeline from months to days. So all the processes are done automatically by our model analysis. And here is another example. We're using the DeepSeek to analyze the historic production parameters. Here is a production of the power supply. And we use DeepSeek to analyze the data, the algorithms are used to deploy the predictive models, which are using the optimal parameters for the better product qualities. And here is another example. We're using the models for them for better customer services. Like before using the model, their old chatbot always caused inaccurate responses about the configuration and usage. But we import their internal information through the AI knowledge base and AI data analysis. By using this way, their customer chatbot can largely improve the accuracy. Yeah, largely improve the accuracy. And also for the on-site customer, they're using the digital human. The value of this process is to improve the accuracy of the answer and also improve the customer efficiency. Here is our example of our customers using AI of our solution. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Oh, we have a question there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we have the use session, I'm wondering whether uCloud will be the sponsor, because today we have talked about affordability, but not only affordability, accessible. Whether you will be sponsor if our young generation wanted to engage AI for their innovative ideas, whether uCloud will be the sponsor to let them play on your service platform.
Yes, we always welcome the new young generators joining our platform. Actually, we have the free training. We can do the demonstration. And also, if anyone is interested in
you heard it clearly.
Yeah,
you have a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is amazing. We are having live matchmaking. Jason, this is what the AIM platform is about. Shishini, thank you so much. So all the colleagues and friends and network joining online, this is an amazing opportunity. If you would like to get in touch with some of these solution providers, please connect with the UNIDO team, the AIM community platform. And we'd like to now continue the rapid fire solution section with NTT Data. We have Mr. Abhishek Sakhuja, Chief AI Officer, who is joining from NTT Data Online. Thank you so much, Abhishek. 5 minutes. Hand over to you.
Well, yes, thank you. And can you hear me?
Very well. Can we have the video?
I'm already on video.
Oh, sorry, not you. I was just confirming with our live session. Give us like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, everybody can see you. Thank you, Abhishek. Go on.
All right. Yeah, it's a big screen, I guess. So I'm close to my camera. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay. And can you confirm that you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. In the production, and we have seen that the efficiency has been increased by 80%. That is based on the numbers that we have seen, that how long it was taking, and now it is taking, like, has been really improved. So it is over 80% of the recruitment efficiency, and then the candidate selection quality has really improved by 60%. This is what I've already talked about. There are 40 plus different languages, 3 official languages. Another important thing, because if you talk about the AI technologies, the most important problem that we face today is the hallucination and bias. And that's what we are also reducing in this or eliminating in this solution. I know this could be not a good for many people to see that we have an architecture, but it is quite confidential because there are many business logics are running inside this architecture to come to a conclusion, because maybe there is an HR solution already available. LinkedIn provides. Now OpenAI say that, yeah, we will also do that. But this is a very customized solution that we have built up for you and we. That's why the architecture remains complex. But behind the scene, the technologies is OpenAI, vector database, Docker, Kubernetes, SQL servers. That's what running behind the scene. Although this is a screenshot, but let me, because as we do not have much time, so let me take you to the demonstration directly. Now, if you see on my screen, this is the QA platform, quality assurance platform, that is coming from the United Nations. And here I am into one of the job description, what they call as a description of assignment. And this is like, I've already pre-selected one DOA, which is job description, let's say job description. If I click on this, it is looking for a software engineer. But what they are looking for a software engineer here is the software engineer will be responsible for designing, developing, implementing software plus with requirement gathering, code version control, document systems, 3 years of minimum experience, English 11 should be fluent, and looking for SQL, MySQL, Python, Flask, DB2. So these are different requirements that you have for the CV. So what we can do is, we go to the candidate, we will go to this filter, and we have many different options available for the recruiters over here. And those many different options is like, of course, if you would like, you can make an exact or fuzzy matches. Like if you're looking for a very specific technology and you want the exact matches, then you can do an exact match or a fuzzy match over there. You can also combine with a hybrid, because maybe sometime the recruiters are getting this job description and they are not aware about the real context of what exactly it is required, because I would not say every recruiter know about every job description. So hybrid search will combine the capability of the exact match with what we have as a semantics, and based on that, the data, the CVs can be selected over there. But the final one, which is the most important feature, is AI powered search, which means that now you can write in your natural query. So maybe I can take an example. Let's say I say search for a candidate with at least 2 years of experience with programming in Python and SQL. The candidate, I will just make sure that this goes down, sorry.
You have 30 seconds.
The candidate must also have DB2 experience. The candidate must have master degree in computer science. And you can be as elaborative as you want or as specific as you want. There is no limit on the characters over here, which means that you can even type a big paragraph of the candidate. The good thing is that the more context you provide, the better is the result. So if I apply the filter, and I'm making the search in English right now, it's a QA environment, so it works. It works a little bit thinking process and then doing it. But in production, it's super fast.
Abhishek, you have 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Yes, and now you can see that we have the candidates appearing. Okay, so if I go to the first candidate, I can review the application, and it will talk about, like, now what it will do is it will take the candidate behind the scene. It will also take the job description information and first give me the hint of how this candidate really fits, not only based on my query but also on the job description. But this is like for the holistic job description, but I was looking for a Python developer with SQL and this. So why exactly this application said it's a 74% match? If I click on this, it will provide me a right justification that why our agentic validation has properly identified this as a recommended candidate. So it says experience with programming in Python, that's what we are looking, knowledge for SQL, and it really picks up the candidate information and displays me, plus experience with DB2, not mentioned in the profile, which is, it's an unsatisfied requirement, master degree in computer science, that was I was looking, that holds a master degree this, and this is the final calculation. This is the business calculation, business logic calculation that we are applying, and same thing can be looked for other people. Why 50%? Maybe something more is missing on this profile, not an experience on this, and also the person doesn't hold a master degree, and that's why the score is now 50.98. I can change quickly this to French, right? And if I go for the French, it's 2 years experience, and now it will do the magic and it will try to validate the candidates with the agentic AI. And it is not only this is application is running or 10, 20 candidates. No, it can run on 5,000 candidates, 10,000 candidates behind the scene. And you can see that again here, whether it is in French now, you can see that response coming in French live, which is talks about the same thing what we have already looked, maybe like 50.98 of percentage of satisfaction. And this is how the AI matching is provided, and it helps recruiters a lot.
Sorry, we're going to have
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you so much.
If you have any question.
Okay.
Hi, thank you very much. Jason Slater here speaking. Very, very quickly. We must have a follow-up on this. One of the biggest challenges that we're facing in UN is recruitment. On average, it takes around 6 weeks from advertising, selecting, and then even before you get to interview. So if we can probably have a follow-up call with our colleagues from UN Volunteer, I'll be interested, and certainly our HR. So thank you very much, NTT, and welcome to AIM Global. Hopefully you'll have some other solutions that some of our other colleagues can benefit. So please put them online on the community platform. And yeah, I'll see your colleagues next Monday in New York. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Round of applause for a beautiful demo session online. That's success. So moving forward, we would like to invite the next solution demo from Quantai, Mr. Sun Changku, Vice President of Technical Operations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. 请允许我后面用中文来介绍我的报告。我们做的是量子点光谱传感技术，我们希望用这个技术来给世界解决一些水环境智慧监测方面的一些方案，而且这个方向我认为非常需要这种智能传感的一些终端。我们知道人工智能大数据的底层是数据，而数据的来源、持续的数据的产生，需要的是传感器，需要传感器不断的产生新的数据来支撑人工智能的发展。那在这个环境里面，其实有一个方向就是城市的水环境，它对传感的需求，其实我们认为非常的迫切，因为城市的水环境非常的复杂，它包含了地表水、地下水、雨水，还有这个城市的管道等供水、排水等一系列的水混合在一起，构成了我们的城市的排水系统。在这个系统里面，即使我们现在已经治理的非常的完善了，但仍然还有很多的问题没有办法解决。为什么？因为太复杂了，不知道里面发生了什么。而以往我们的方式是什么呢？是通过人工采样，把这个水样放到实验室里面去检测，检测之后获取的数据，然后再放到场景里看发生了什么。但这个数据量太少了，太延迟了，太不够了。所以我们现在需要的是新一代的小型的能够快速获取数据的这样一个新的传感的方式。那我们做的就是这样一件事情，用的技术呢叫做量子点光谱传感技术，它是一项新型的能够进行物质检测的一个新技术。其实从物质检测的角度来说，行业里非常普遍，因为光谱就是一个很好的一个方式。只不过在以前的时候都是用实验室大型的光学仪器来实现的，但我们这里我们想用这叫量子点光谱的一种新的技术，把它变成一个芯片变成一个 sensor， 变成一个 chip， 去解决行业里的这种水质或者物质检测的问题。那这个解决方案，首先我们用到了一个材料，叫做 quantum dot 量子点。那这个材料呢是2023年的诺贝尔奖的获奖材料。那为什么它能获奖呢？就是因为它的尺寸发生变化，成分一样，但它的颜色完全不一样。就像刚才 图上看到的5种不同的颜色，但它其实是一种材料。那我们把这些材料放到一个芯片表面，以2维阵列的形式，它就变成了一个spectrometer 的 chip， 它能很方便的获取物质的光谱的信息，物质信息，把以前的大的光谱仪变成它的1/1000，而从而能获取更加有效的、更加方便的，在更加简单的场景里来获取各种的物质情况。那它相比传统的这种光谱仪或者传统的技术来说呢，它有很大的优势：一，性能保持基本不变；第二，体积大幅缩小；第三，功耗大幅缩小。同时，它有很高的光通量。右边这个图呢，就是它的一个基本的结构，非常的简单，就是光源，然后带测液体，然后 sensor 就结束了。所以它整体的结构不会受到这种在野外环境使用的时候非常的简单方便，不会受到这个外界环境的干扰和影响，能够获得稳定的数据。所以我们把这样的传感器放到了这样的一个终端里面，不再是以前的大房子，它而是就是一种大概跟我们的保温杯、跟我们的水杯差不多大这样小的终端。它具备检测数据非常快，秒级就能获取数据，然后可以获得大量的水质的指标。它可以通过多种的供电方式，太阳能或者电池。它的这个运维非常简单，不像以前的这个方案还需要加化学试剂，非常的复杂，而且还可能造成2次污染。那这就是纯的传感器，只是简单的擦拭就可以解决，而且安装起来也非常的简单方便。这就是在实际场景中安装的方向，可以在地表水里来安装，放到河湖里面来进行漂浮监测，也可以放到排水系统里面，放到管井里面来进行监测。这样的话，我们就可以把这个数据真正的把产品放到我们的城市的毛细血管里面，包括河流的毛细血管，也包括我们城市排水的毛细血管的各个角落里面。这样我们就可以把整个城市变成了一个大的一个水系统。在水系统里面，我们通过底层的传感器搭建起来这样一个智能化的一个解决方案。以前的这样的智慧化，大多数是没有底层的传感器的，都是上层的一个平台，只是一个展示界面。但现在我们有了底层的遍布毛细血管的传感器，我们就可以获得完全的一个数据，给上层再结合人工智能，就可以获得更加全面的城市水系统的一个智能的解决方案，给后来的决策，无论是治理还是这个整治，来提供决策依据。那这里面我们有相应的几个案例，包括通过这样的传感加感知加 AI 的方式，我们可以获得把以前几天需要发现的问题3个小时就可以实现解决。包括我们可以实时的追踪整个污染团的发展的迹象，结合降雨等各种条件来给后续的这个处理提供依据。包括我们可以通过大量的数据来预测未来环境的发展，甚至于我们在城市的排水系统里面可以准确的发现雨污混接、入流入渗等环境问题。目前我们通过这个方式呢，已经在全国大概20多个省都已经有具体的案例，也有3000多台设备来发展应用。未来呢，我们是希望通过这样的技术，能够包括在国内，包括在发展中国家也是一样，能够起到新一个作用。什么作用呢？就是不需要再经过像以前中国一样建大量的这种岸边站或者大量的这种站房时的这种监测，完全可以通过传感的方式、感知的手段，通过感知的手段来快速的获取数据，来解决亟待需要解决的环境的问题。所以后面也期待有各位专家和各个行业，包括各个国家的这个同行一起来探讨后面的合作的解决方案。好，我今天的介绍就到这儿，谢谢。Thank you.
哇，谢谢 Quanta Eye. Thank you so much. We look forward to collaborating Quanta Eye through the AIM community platform across regions. Moving forward, we have AVL, Mr. Garaj, Mr. Vice President, who is online with us. We request to keep it short and sweet and spread the word. So 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's have him online. Give a warm welcome to AVL. Do we have him online?
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. My name is Gerhard Meister. I'm Vice President for the Business Unit E-Mobility at AVL, and I would like to share with you how we apply artificial intelligence in the development of new vehicles because time to market these days is such an elemental piece of ensuring competitiveness. So who's AVL? Let me share my screen. Sorry. Here we go. So.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Okay, now you should see my screen also. So who's AVL? We're a global company, a leading company in mobility technology. We design, we develop, we simulate, we validate systems for the automotive industry and adjacent industries. We have 3 pillars of our business. We do all the engineering to design and develop vehicle systems for our customers. We have that does all the testing, provides test systems for it. And the 3rd pillar is all the simulation tools that are needed for these developments. To give an idea, we have a global presence, 2 billion turnover annually, roughly is the size of the company, 12,000 employees, and very important for you to know, 2/3 of our employees are engineers and scientists, and we reinvest constantly 11% of our turnover to create new technologies to support our customer base. Our customers are usually the vehicle manufacturers, so the OEMs and the tier 1s in the industry. As far as e-mobility is concerned, our portfolio covers all the elements of the propulsion system, plus also work on the energy and infrastructure side, work on charge points, but we also work in the energy sector, like on electrolysis systems. When it comes to the challenges of our customers that we are trying to address with our virtualization and using AI in the process, there are 3 key challenges these days in the industry. One is, as the products get more and more complex, affordability of those products is a big challenge. They need to meet ever more stringent sustainability requirements, not only in operation, but also in production. And a big element these days in this so highly competitive automotive market is the time to market. The faster you can develop your products, the less development costs you have, and the quicker you can get a return on your new product development investment. So time to market really is a crucial element in the business. What do we do in this space? To give you a concrete example, in the early phase of development, in a concept phase, you create a new vehicle concept. You're trying to position the vehicle in the market with certain attributes. And when you do this concept phase, it's usually a very time-consuming exercise. Based on our own benchmark database and also based on our own development, so this is our own data that we control, we use AI to create models. We then can online change vehicle parameters. Give you a simple example, wheelbase of a vehicle. If you extend the wheelbase, the vehicle will get longer. You have more interior space, of course, but you will add vehicle mass, increase energy consumption, driving dynamics will change. And with this AI model, you can get online feedback when you change vehicle properties, and you get the impact on the vehicle attributes for your positioning. And with that, you can dramatically reduce the concept phase development time. The second element I would like to talk about when we go towards production development is the development of the powertrain system. When we use here our physical models, for instance, for the combustion formation in an engine or how you control the e-motor in an electrified drivetrain, there are complex physical process behind, and we use very complex plant models to capture that. But we combine it with AI to make it more than real-time capable. And in a normal development, you need 2 years for such an application, and you have to use 6 real vehicles for all the testing and validation. By virtualizing this whole development and using AI, we can cut the vehicle usage down to 2, and we can move more than 3,800 hours of engine testing and 130,000 kilometers of chassis dyno testing into the virtual world. Huge impact on cost, and very important, the application time shrinks from 24 months down to 13 months. Now, the vehicle development is a very complex process, and just to sum up what I've said here, there are many sub-processes behind this summary here. and we use AI on many different levels. But in a snapshot, what you can say is that in a normal vehicle development, you need 34 months of duration. And these days, we can actually cut that at constant quality, at the same reliability and durability targets, down to 21 months by combining virtualization methods with the appropriate plant models behind it, and that's supported by the artificial intelligence. And this service we do provide to our global customer base and look forward to also making one or the other connection here so we can deploy this for our OEM customers' benefit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. A warm welcome to UNIDO's Mr. Farooq Alamjadrov, the Industrial Development Officer at UNIDO. A warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. No, indeed, it was a really not a planned intervention. It was really, I pretend I act as AI, so I'm basically real data-driven, evidence-based analytics of what we just heard. And I think there was a great opportunity for us to learn how universal AI topic is. Actually, we heard good examples of AI application in different sectors, from automotive, city management, safety, talent matching, energy, etc. I think we missed only one solution, which is related to the agribusiness and smart agriculture and precision farming. We also learned, different experience of applying the AI in real sector. We also learned experience, or like, let's say, technologies on the ground, affordable technologies on the ground of providing sort of models or infrastructure for analytics from cloud, from uCloud. We learned about the technologies there on the market, how to capture really good quality data, because for AI, data is the most important, right? So, and also we heard some experience on basically replacing hazardous or harmful activities. I think it was great examples that we've seen, and this is very, very nicely depicts what AI, AIM Global and our platform is for here. We are not only having convening role, the beautiful event that we're holding today, but also it's a good platform to exchange on the good experience, on the good practical examples, how to apply AI for the real sector. There are a lot of alliances for AI application, for good governance, for streamlined document management, etc. But we here at UNIDO, we believe in that this digital tool is there to make the businesses, economies, industrial sectors, and countries more inclusive, sustainable, generating more value addition, generating more jobs by becoming more efficient, smarter, more intelligent, and more competitive. And this is, I actually had three, let's say, objectives. So 3 goals from my intervention is to a little bit showcase what UNIDO is doing with regard of applying AI in the real sector. Luckily, we didn't have time maybe to showcase, because we learned from other experiences what we can do. And in our website, you can see what are the real examples are there for UNIDO to apply in different parts of the world. Another objective for me, it was also to learn what the solutions are there on the market, because the beauty of UNIDO is also that we're learning from different experience, and we're seeing what the real sector in different countries, developing countries, least developed countries, but also in some developed or industrialized or emerging economies are needing, in fact. So we're there to bridge a little bit between the gap that we have and also the application that we might have with this regard. So it's really win-win-win situation. And also the third objective was really by doing that to promote this platform to other potential members of AIM Global to join. So it's a great platform to share your technologies, how to apply them in the real sector, to also learn from the real sector, learn from the developing countries what the problems are there, so we can have another challenge, let's say, matching to the opportunity session to show what other challenges are there in, for example, waste management. There are a lot of waste in bagasse, in rice husk, in rice straw, in different countries, so which are contributing to the CO2 emissions. So we can have another round of such pitching events, so that it could be really win-win-win situation for those startups who are just there on the market, for those big companies who are there, who are needing some maybe new challenges to be addressed, and for us, UNIDO as the bridge between these technologies, between the new technologies, applying those technologies, but also fusioning these technologies. We can fusion IoTs with GIS, with AI, to address sometimes new challenges or emerging challenges for inclusive and sustainable industrial and socio-economic development in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Farooq, from UNIDO. One more round of applause for an amazing session on solutions from AIM members, both online and offline. One round of applause, please. Thank you. So as we move forward, there has been a word which has been consistently coming up about talent. Talent is key on bridging and taking AI forward as a driver. And the next session is exactly on that. I'd like to invite Mr. Jason from UNIDO, once again, the Chief AI Digital Innovation Officer, and to give the introduction and invite everybody on the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I will talk from here and then I will switch to the mic. And I'm hoping my professor will join me. I have a speech, but I think I'll switch from that. I think we look at the beginning of this day, we've heard from our Deputy Director General, we've heard from the Vice Minister, we've heard from our colleagues in the UN system, UNCTAD, ITU. We've heard about the launches, Alliance to Solutions, high level on digital economy, centers of excellence, rapid solutions. But there is one thing that we're missing, and that's why we brought this in at the end, because the way that we see how technology is advancing, the way we hear about digital divide and the need for more digital skills is why we wanted to end this session listening to the voices of youth, because you are the future. You are the ones who will have to deliver this. You're the ones who will have to close the digital divide. You're the ones who will have to make sure that the skills are in place. So I'm really looking forward to this session. We have decided that with the thanks to the help and support of German University, you saw we signed a letter of exchange. There was a great idea on the sidelines of the World AI Congress. Rita is somewhere at the back who gave me this idea. So thank you, Rita. That we will bring together students in a design thinking workshop, set them a challenge, and their challenge is, how can we use technology to bring AI for intelligent manufacturing and robotics? Professor Liu, come and join me on stage. Big round of applause. So, we are now going to hear directly from the students, and we're going to invite the 5 group leaders to join me on the stage. Professor.
Okay, so, well, Jason and I, together with our Deputy Director General, we are working with you and we are working for you, our young generation. Because look, we are living in this world, but you will shaping the world in the future. What will happen, what will change your life, it is your life. For our life, we can survive. No matter what will happen for the coming 20 years, no matter what will happen, we can survive. But if you cannot shape the world in the right direction, you cannot make the world to be more inclusive, you will take the pains. So the future is now in your hands. That is why when we were talking with Jensen in the headquarters of UNIDO, we were thinking how that we can let the young generation to be engaged so that they will not thinking as us who are working in the classroom, in the office, they bring some fresh air, they know the future customers. So if we consider the young generation, our future generation of a customer, so we consider, okay, let's get the young generation to be really working with us for the Digital Compact Objective 2.
Absolutely, yeah. So, are we ready?
So,
do we have our first
now
student?
it's time for our, I think we have 5 teams.
We have 5 teams, yes. There are 25 students and 5 teams. So we're welcoming to the stage team number 1.
Team 1, so that we can have a team 1 by 1. Please, the floor is yours. I can give you technical part, get ready for the team 1 for their presentation. Okay. So the other side and then this side. Okay.
Okay, so I can start here, okay?
Please. You want to use this one?
No? So, ladies and gentlemen, I just made a small jump, but for millions of young innovators from Global South, they need a big jump. And what is the big jump? It's about skipping the digital gap. So here today, that is why we create the Skip ecosystem. Skip, which sounds like skip, is about helping our young AI entrepreneurs in the Global South skip the barriers and move directly into the future of innovation. So when I studied at Xiamen University, Uganda classmate once asked me, Junwen, every time, every day, and everyone is talking about ChatGPT, but how can I even use it? Because I don't have the reliable internet, and I don't have a data set in my language. And guess what? When I applied for an API key, I didn't have the access. So that question shocked me in code. So it's not about talent, because he is brilliant. It's not about ambition, because he wanted to build AI solution for the governance back home. It's just about the ecosystem, because the ecosystem is never designed for them. So now with Skip, we want to build that ecosystem. So let's look at the screen and imagine a pyramid with 3 levels. So in the micro one, we wanted to foster South and South cooperation, North and South dialogue, and also the legal coordination exchange program, and also the policy support. So young AI starters are not alone. They always remember they have the government behind them. And for the middle one, we create trusted data space, expand open source technology, and support startups in building private data sets. So this gives them their first real competitive edge. And also, we wanted to design the multi-language and low barrier certified training programs so that top educators and young innovators will interact directly. So breaking silos and building real capacity. And now, so what it makes the Skip unique? So the first one is systematic, connecting governments, enterprises, and people. And also, the second one is targeted, designed for the Global South. And third is actionable. It can start today. So the Global South is home to the world's largest young population. So if we could empower them in AI, we do not just skip the digital gap. We create a more inclusive, more balanced digital world. So with Skip, skipping the gap is no longer a dream, it's the next step forward. And it starts with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you repeat the name of your solution?
Okay,
so that let everyone to memorize. If we will have a competition, who will be the top 1, who will be the top 3. So repeat your name.
Okay, so our program name is Skip Ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you for Team 1.
Thank you.
Any questions from the floor? Okay, we can try to find some time to receive questions from the floor. Now we would like to invite, right now? Okay, please, Jason.
So,
please come and join Jason. Jason would like to present
so we
some
would like
special
to present
gifts
you
from
with a big
UNIDO.
thank you for all of your efforts, Shishay. Okay. So for this, please, can you come
Please
together?
come.
So please, Professor.
Yes. Come. We can move a bit forward so that the photograph can shoot us. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
The whole team. A bit left. Big round of applause. Yes, left.
They did this in 2 hours. Big round of applause.
Let the students standing in the center. We are happy. Thank you, congratulations. A big applause. Now I think we can let the team 2 to get ready. So you will have one team leader or the whole group to give presentation. Bravo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, a multidisciplinary team with Aiyuan from AI department and Daniel from School of Management, Shiqi majoring in international relations, and Yichen from School of Journalism, and myself, Xingyu, studying history. Coming from diverse disciplines and backgrounds, together we have created a RepFab Hub, a platform where knowledge, recycled materials, and ethic oversight unite to power fair circular innovation. RepFab is short for Refabricate, and RepFab Hub is built on a simple yet powerful idea: intelligence, materials, and humanity. We don't just refabricate knowledge and tech, we also refabricate physical materials. Our structure rests on 3 pillars shown here on the slide, and now I will hand over my teammates who will walk you through the detailed design of our proposal.
First, about the tech intelligence, we want to build the AI Solution Store, which is a cloud-based intuitive shop where businesses can discover, trial, and subscribe to pre-built AI models, just like downloading apps. Imagine giving a factory owner a no-code visual inspection module to spot defects with just a camera, or an AI-powered weighing system that identifies products instantly, which was done by Snack MNY, an enterprise in Fujian, producing snacks. We offer plug-and-play modules for quality control, warehouse management, and so on. In this way, we could help those small enterprises being locked out by the massive cost and complexity of hiring an AI experts. That's the first functional part, the AI Solution Store. Then the next part.
Sorry for the interruption. I see you have some manuscripts, but you can be better without that. Put into your pocket.
Yes.
Put into your pocket. You can be better.
So the second part of this hub is built for and powered by a critical community. So, for example, waste collectors and sustainability-focused startups across emerging economies. These are the essential yet often underserved innovators of a circular value chain who operate with limited access to technology and limited access to formal markets and equitable opportunities. So for waste collectors, we provide structured, transparent channels to convert sorted materials into fair value, ensuring ethical oversight from collection to sale. And for entrepreneurs, we ensure material circularity by providing a reliable, ethical supply of resources and connections to markets seeking sustainable products.
Oh, but wait, what will endure when all these things are overturned, especially in a period of rapid AI change? I have talked with a Yale student who is majoring in AI history, and he's also wondering for this.
Yeah, and we also include this in our design.
Remove your manuscript, easier.
With the help
Then
of
you will
AI.
only focus on key points.
we want those voices not only to survive but to flourish, become widely known and respected. What is significant of our design is about we have included an ethic and heritage oversight board, which consists of historians, philosophers, and social scientists. We think that they can guide us on issues such as labor displacement, the preservation of traditional science, and diversity, ensuring our narratives and impacts are fair and inclusive.
So, in conclusion, the Refab Hub narrows the digital bridges, narrows the digital divides through a sustainable approach, ultimately realizing the GDC Objective 2. Guided by ethical oversight, industrial innovation is balanced with cultural continuity and human values. This is how we build a digital economy that is not only efficient, but also just and inclusive for all. Let us rewrite, let us unite, and make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 2, and with the team of a Refab Hub. Thank you, please come into the center of the stage.
Come. That's a great name, by the way, Refab. I hope you've trademarked it, because we might use that for something.
And let me ask one question. If you will just summarize your solution with one sentence, what would be your one sentence?
So Refab is a solution that is for everyone and creates a good environment by protecting our resources and also recycling waste.
Thank you very much. So thank you for Group 2. Big round of applause. And
Let's
again,
see whether we have any question from the floor or you want to reserve that opportunity at the end. Okay, so now I think, Jason, it's your time to present the gift.
There you go. Thank you very much. Touché.
And the family photo.
Okay. Once more, big round of applause for Group 2. We'll be inviting you back to the stage later for a group photo.
Now we would like to invite Team 3. I would like encourage all of the team. Forget about your manuscripts. Just share your key ideas. Okay, please, Team 3. So one people or the whole? Okay, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And it's an honor to be here. Today, I'm about to sharing not just a product idea, but a people-centered mechanism for collaborative AI adoption. Instead of leading with buzzwords, I'd like to share you with a story about 3 people and how AI connecting them together through our platform called MakerNet. Let's begin with Mr. Zhang. A small factory owner in a typical industrial town, he keeps hearing that AI can help a lot, but doesn't have a clue about how to describe his demand and his problems, let alone how to use AI. So our volunteers, our students volunteers help him to translate this into AI challenge briefs. So it would be like from Mr. Zhang's perspective, he would say, my product quality fluctuates, and then we can translate into, can we use computer vision for defect detection? So now the AI is no longer vague for Mr. Zhang, but becomes much more accessible. And next, we can meet Ms. Li Ming. She's a junior AI student. She joins MakerNet to apply what she's learned in class. And by taking on Zhang's challenge, her team can build a lightweight digital twin simulation, basically a simplified to display idea in a virtual factory, and then they can turn it into a prototype AI solution. And this would not only solve Zhang's problem, but also becomes part of Li Ming's graduation project, and even get her an internship offer from that company. Finally, there's Professor Wang, the team's advisor. He integrates the project into his course and encourages their students to upload their code and solution into our open source library so future teams can build on it. The result a shared knowledge base that grows over time, project by project. So what makes our MakerNet different? It's not just an AI toolkit nor a matchmaking app. It's a systemic flywheel built to make AI adoption affordable, safe, and human-centered. It's a systematic flywheel to make AI adoption affordable, safe, and human-centered, and each solution becomes a valuable, shareable asset in our open source library. And by connecting our student, our small business owner, and our professor, we create a full loop of AI learning and deployment. Beyond this mechanism, there is something deep. When we talk about the global south, it's not just about geopolitics. It's also about who get to participate in the AI future. Our MakerNet doesn't claim to solve everything, but it starts small, with real people, with real problems, in real places. And maybe this is how global AI inclusion is built. Not all at once, but piece by piece, step by step. That's all I would like to share with you guys today, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, MakerNet team. Any questions? But I have a question. If we may have any colleague from Xiamen University, whether Xiamen University, like the Student Academic Affairs Department or the postgraduate school, will support such practice. Is there any colleague from Xiamen University? We will wait for that answer because that needs support from the university level. Thank you so much. Please get into the center of the stage.
Another great brand. I don't know how you're coming up with it, all of you. MakerNet, I love it. And I love the flywheel analogy.
Congratulations to the MakerNet.
Congratulations. So, thank you once again. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you for all of your
Family
efforts.
Faith photo for your solutions. Thank you. Congratulations. Now we would like invite the last two teams, the team 4, please. So you will have I like this way.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It's my great honor to share our AI Bridge, a digital empowerment system platform designed to support youth, small, medium-sized enterprises. First, youth in the global south, and they have great potential, but often lack AI skills or practical training. So with the support, they can become contributors instead of users.
Then let's look at the small and medium enterprises in developing countries. We know that they are the backbone of local economies, yet the AI adopting is often challenging for them. The high costs and complex technical requirements for them made them really difficult for them to catch up and share the benefits with some advanced or developed countries. And that's why we think what these businesses really need are low cost and the practical solutions to stay competitive and resilient.
AI Bridge is an open, multilingual hub. Here, young people can learn through short courses and easy toolkits. While SMEs get affordable resources they can use right away. The platform also encourages sharing knowledge in the community and lowers barriers. So Global South can be better prepared for the digital future.
And I want to introduce our localized support policy. The first is for different country, we have specific case study. And the second is we want to give local region the policy assignment and guidelines. And the third, we want to give AI transformation method for each SME. And next stage, I want to introduce the youth and SME matching. The first is the matchmaking mechanism very smooth, and second is we want to give young people the partnership. After they learn, they can register and get license so that the company can find them when they are needed. And third, we want to give the SME real-time help.
Let me share what makes us unique. We are committed to fairness and accessibility. That's why we focus on open source low-cost AI tools. Moreover, our solutions work across many languages and it's culturally adapted, going far beyond English-only resources. Here's how everyone benefits. Through this win-win model, young people gain valuable skills and jobs, while SMEs enhance innovation and growth. Together, we can bridge the digital divide and build inclusive digital futures. Join us in making this vision a reality. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like your idea because in UNIDO we also have the city bridge. So they are now building AI bridge. Please come into the center of the stage. Any question? It seems our audience are quite shy. You don't have any question to throw. Okay, please. Go further.
I love this solution. Remember I talked about a digital skills gap of 85 million by 2030. You've got something that's going to help us get there. So yeah, congratulations. And yeah, thank you very much again. Xishe.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And now we are expecting the last team. I hope that you will make rock the floor. Please, team 5.
Come. Last but not least.
Yes.
Thank you.
One person or the... Okay, please. Here.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to represent Group 5 to present our idea. Yeah, this is our idea. And our idea is an app called Skillingo. Sounds familiar, right? Because it's driven by Duolingo. Picture like this, everyone. A small business owner named Anna, running a local textile industry in the developing area. Anna hears stories about AI transforming businesses, but for her, AI feels like a distant dream. She doesn't have the budget, lacks technical expertise, and don't know where to get systematic learning. Anna's story isn't unique. Millions of SMEs face the same challenges, and that's why we have Skillingo. At Skillingo, we believe AI could be accessible to everyone, not just the large corporations. Our idea is designed to empower SMEs like Anna through adorable, affordable, practical, and modular learning experiences. And here's the Skillingo works. We start with easy and convenient integration. Maybe in real life. This time, Anna needs templates for foreign trade, but next time, Anna needs a new design for textile. But she can just open the app, press the button, and get a user service bot. Then we make learning fun through a gamified learning experience. Anna can learn AI through modular and short lessons, usually last for like 10 to 20 minutes. That stimulates real-world applications like managing customers or boosting sales. It's hands-on, engaging, and easy to fit into her busy schedule. Next, if Anna encounters some problems, Anna can join the online knowledge-sharing community, where she connects with other SMEs to share ideas and problem-solving tips. This global network can become her support for growth and innovation. Finally, after all these lessons, Anna will get digital certificates or credentials that validate her AI skills. These certifications could open doors to new opportunities for Anna and give her business the vitality it needs to thrive. So what makes our Skillingo different? Unlike generic platforms like Coursera, we focus specifically in SMEs. tailoring the learning materials to their real-world challenges. Moreover, this is an integrated global community. You don't have to Google every time when you need to solve some problems. Just open the app. So any story could be the story of any SME owner. And with our idea, we want to turn stories into one of inclusiveness, growth, and success. And our goal is to make AI accessible for everyone and for all, to help SMEs like Anna in the digital era. And thanks for your attention. That's all of our idea.
Thank you so much for the SkillLink Go team. Please get into the center of the stage.
Yes.
And let's ask whether we have any question for the last group. Okay, please. Can some colleagues send the microphone to that young lady?
So I'm very interested in this application, but I have a question because if the people in developing country, they don't have lots of money, and how much should I pay for this application, or it's just a fee-free application?
Yeah, I think this is a really good question because like application, the running of application needs money, that's for sure. But like we have a platform like Unido, so we can first at the very beginning of this application, we may need money from different partnerships like the international support or like cooperation support. However, if we really create such app, then we can like have advertisement, or we can like have little paid courses, or like 30 RMB or $30 amounts. So actually, it's really affordable compared to other AI lessons and courses in all of the world. So I think this is what we want to do.
Absolutely, but maybe we can also reach out to some of our private sector friends and see whether they can make this a digital public good, yeah?
Yes,
open
yes.
source. I'm looking at some of our colleagues in the crowd, yeah? Maybe they'll come forward afterwards.
Yes, we can combine
That's why we at the beginning, we were in the afternoon, we were asking whether our new AIM global partners want to provide the support. But your support does not necessarily to be financial resources. We are looking for different resources. And for the question from our student, not necessarily to be money all the time. Yes, we may not exchange the efforts or the contribution based on the money. We may exchange the credit. So the credit can be exchanged in the new digital world, so that we are helping people make this solution to be accessible, to be affordable and achievable. Okay.
Thank you. So big round of applause for SkillLink Go.
Go!
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, thank you for the SkillLink Go team. Okay,
So stop. Stay on stage. So we would like to invite now all of the students back on stage. Our Deputy Director General here, Mr. Zhou, would like to congratulate you. So please, if you can come to the stage.
All of our excellent students,
I also want,
come and join us.
Rita, I would like you to come to the stage. I'd like you to, every single one. Come on.
So we see the future of the digital world. We see the possibility of inclusiveness.
And just why the students are coming, I mean, just to remind you, this is about a community platform. All of these solutions you came up with, we invite you to load them onto the AIM Global Community Platform, and hopefully our private sector friends will provide some support. Thank you. Let's do 2 lines.
Red word on my 再往这边一点。Okay. 好。Okay. Okay, I will stay with you on this side. Okay, wait. Sorry. 我建议我们第一排可以这样一点，这样第二排就不会挡到了。然后站到总干事后面。 Congratulations and thank you so much for your innovative ideas.
That's it. So thank you very much. Thank you to my partner here. It's a great work. So I hand back now. Sure, how are you? Here you are.
Thank you, Jason. This session is going to go down in history of 2025 UNIDO as very inspiring. So, everybody, we are at 3:22. We're going to finish on time. That's the best news. And it's going to be an exciting closing. So I'm going to just take 2 or 3 minutes to do the summary of the event so far. And on that note, I would just like to ask, what's one thing you would like to walk away with? One sentence, one word you would like to remember. Can you all open your phone right now? Open your phone, please, everybody, and go to your browser and type aim.unido.org. aim.unido.org. And we would love for you, in case you haven't signed up, to sign up and also share with your friends on any social media you'd like to. Promote your great work. Invite everybody. I am also signing up, so that should be interesting. So thanks for joining the AI for Industry and Manufacturing community launch today. I think that was my key summary. I think that should be very, very interesting. Action. From commitment this morning to alliance and action to launches to introducing the AIM community. Jason, thank you, and everybody. Bridge for solutions to scale, the private, the public sector, and UNIDO, of course. Matchmaking experts in the ecosystem, and call for solutions through talent. That's what makes today's session so successful. On that note, I'd also like to invite for a closing remarks by none other than Mr. Zo Seung, Deputy Director General and Managing Director of the Directorate of Technical Cooperation, United Nations Industrial Development Organizations. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude an energizing and inspiring day, allow me to thank each of you, our hosts, partners, speakers, and delegates for your candor, your ideas, and your readiness to act. Today, we affirm that AIM Global goes beyond a commitment. It stands as a practical work plan, from alliance to solutions. 3 themes resonate throughout our exchanges. In particular, I think the final part of this conference, the user session. First, artificial intelligence is already reshaping production, services, and skills, but outcomes depend on the ecosystems and governance mechanisms we build. So in this process, of course, we have to hear the voice from the youth generation. Second, inclusion is a choice made in design, finance, and standards, not an afterthought. I think we already heard some very exciting this kind of solutions. Basically, the idea is how to build this design, that in the design, this inclusiveness, the sustainability for AI's application in industry and manufacturing. Third, cooperation remains our best instrument for translating promise into results on the ground. Also, we see clearly from the 5 teams. Now, even for the 5 solutions, they work together to present to this kind of solution. That is really a good example of cooperation. With that spirit, I would like to invite 4 concrete actions. First, centers of excellence. Today, we open a global call for host nominations for centers of excellence in intelligent manufacturing and robotics. We seek institutions, public, private, and academic, like Xiamen University, that can support SMEs, develop working force skills for women and youth, and demonstrate replicable industrial solutions. Our partners are invited to send an expression of interest through the AIM community platform. We are looking forward to receiving proposals with clear governance, partners, and measurable outcomes on productivity, safety, energy, and jobs. Regional balance alongside enhanced inter-regional cooperation will be expected in the proposal. Second, high-level advisory board. We are constituting a high-level. You know that AI now has a big, I think, problem, or that we are, noticing that is too much concentration. This is really a big issue for everybody. Now, I think if we want to have a sustainable future for this planet, for this humankind, we need really to spare more efforts, basically, to break down this monopoly and concentration. So I think the discussion exchanges today here already offer some insightful kind of thoughts, also maybe proposals. To address this, basically, the concentration issue, to avoid this situation that AI become a divider, we need basically 3 disciplines. Firstly, governance that build trust. Second, skills that open doors. Third, solutions that can be scalable. So also we need that to have human-centered approach. Already one of the solutions highlight this, human-centered, humanity-centered solution. Listening to SMEs, to these underserved groups, to those particular vulnerable, regions, to workers, those are affected, significantly by the development of AI, and to communities that have experience on the ground. On behalf of UNIDO, I extend sincere appreciation to Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China, the Xiamen Municipality Government, our executive host, Xiamen Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, CIICT, and the BRICS Innovation Base, as well as our sponsors and partners. Your support turned talent into a platform for action. Let us carry today's momentum forward. Nominate your AIM COE hosts, put forward leaders for the AIM Advisory Board, contribute to the AIM Trust Fund, join the follow-ups and shape proposals that deliver real impact on the ground, in factories, in supply chains, and in skills. Together, we can ensure that the future of industrial AI is inclusive and sustainable. Thank you for your partnership. I wish you a safe journey home and continued collaboration in the days ahead. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful closing to the session today. Let's have some music and closing. And if you would like to have a team picture and closing, Jason, I hand over to you. So thank you so much for coming and joining the session, online and offline.
Now it's officially closed. I'd like the team I think it's been a big team. Rita, I would like you to come and join us. Please come and join us on the stage. Without you, this would not have been possible, you and all your team. Our team, Alison, Farouk, Alexei, our 2 new members who joined us only yesterday, who've worked tirelessly till 2 o'clock. And our, come, Professor. Yep. And I also would like, because without Bo and Huawei support, they were the light that started this initiative 2 years ago. So with that, thank you. Please, sorry. Come. Great. Grace and MIT, where are you? Come, please. Everybody, our partners.
Karen. Up.大家都侧下身。
You were the star of the show. You did the... Go on.